for the last few months, there's been a lot of he say, she say, a lot of nail biting, a lot of head scratching going on. But for the next 5 years, it's a lot of flock going on. Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Can't wait to get there. Can't wait to be there. Can't wait to light up M&T for the next 5 years, man. Let's get it.
I'm not a test taker, so I play football for me. But at the end of the day, man, I don't got nothing to prove to nobody, so I'm not gonna sit here and explain how I process football. The people who are making the picks know what I can do, so that's all that matters to me. There's a whole bunch of people who know how to coach better, know how to play quarterback better, know how to do everything on social media, but a man in the arena, that's what's tough, is stepping in the arena 10 toes. So, and I'm gonna stand on that. And I know what I can do. I know I can process well. I know if I'm not the smartest quarterback in this draft, I know I'm one of the smartest quarterbacks in the NFL when I step in there tomorrow. So I have that confidence in myself, and I don't think you can play at Ohio State and not be smart. So I don't got nothing to prove to nobody, man. At the end of the day, if you don't trust and believe in me, all I can tell you is watch this.
What's your sit here? Do you have a pretty good idea how 1, 2, 3 go or not?
No idea. No, and I don't think anybody does. Now, everybody thinks they do. I mean, of course, everybody thinks they do, and everybody has an inside source that's giving them information of what's going to be done. But I think, as you all know, just look at the mock drafts and tell me how accurate they are after the draft. Nobody knows. Nobody's giving out information.
How much lying do you think goes on right now?
Oh, everybody's lying. I might be the most honest, unfortunately. But everybody's lying. I think you know Melly well enough. Like, usually if you answer a question, I'll either dance around it or give you an answer. Today, I'm a dancer.
All right, welcome to the NFL Draft, everybody. I don't know if 10 people are going to show up or 100 people or 1,000, but we're going to have fun. First time I've ever done a broadcast wrapped around the NFL Draft. Want to make sure everything is working right. So I got a lot of stuff planned, so let me just go over what I just showed you. Lamar Jackson, if you haven't heard, has just inked a deal, a 5-year deal for $260 million, $189 million guaranteed. $189 million guaranteed. He got paid and he didn't even need an agent. Then you heard a video by C.J. Stroud, who everybody thought was going to be number 1 over Bryce Young, who is now maybe falling to 2 or 3. He's made some stupid statements along the way. Excuse me. Saying he can be the best in the NFL or smartest in the NFL. And then the best clip I just showed you was from Chris Ballard, who is the GM for the Indianapolis Colts. And I just wanted to play that because there has been so much stuff going on, so many mock drafts, so many people giving out rumors, so many people saying this person is going to get traded, so many people say it's been insane, absolutely insane. And what he looked into the camera and told the people out there is everybody's lying. And for those of you that are Miami Dolphins fans, that includes Chris Greer as well. Nobody knows what's going to happen when this thing kicks off in the next 10, 15 minutes. Probably, my guess is Bryce Young is going to get picked number 1. But beyond that, who knows? I'm thinking we'll see some trades. Now that Lamar Jackson has been locked down, now that Lamar Jackson is basically under contract, I don't know what's going to happen. So those of you that are sitting in here and watching, I'm going to engage with you guys. I'm going to have some fun. I've got some graphics ready to be played. I'm going to do the best I can with this. I know during the picks, there's a long time sometimes before a pick, the second or third in between the picks goes out there for a long time. So I'm going to try and keep you guys posted as much as possible. Obviously, I can't show the broadcast. I would get shut down by YouTube exactly like that, but I've got a couple different graphics. I've got a couple different feeds, and I'm just going to tell you guys what's happening, and you may be watching along on television. This is the Bud Light alternative. You don't have to look at Bud Light. You don't have to think about Bud Light. We're just going to talk football and move along. So those of you guys who are in the chat right now. I see William Taylor. William Taylor says, what's up, Barry? Have a blessed night. Yeah, let's have some fun tonight. No pressure whatsoever. No worries. Let's just have fun. Let me just make sure I got that queued up. Yep, I can see you. So that's perfect. So I hope you have a good night as well as we watch this. And see here, Finn for Life is asking a question. It looks real small. He goes, what about moving Connor back to, I guess, guard or tackle for the Dolphins, and then doing something with the center like Dieter? I think everything's on the table. We don't know what the Dolphins are going to do. I have no idea. The rumors today were they were going to trade up and try to get a halfback so they wouldn't have to trade for Dalvin Cook or sign him. Get somebody cheap of younger, stronger legs right now. I don't even understand that. I feel that Mostert and Wilson are fine to go the season with, but everybody wants to bring in Dalvin Cook and a big-time halfback, so maybe that's what they do. Marcus Sparks says, my Dolphins are due for a Super Bowl. Yeah, 51 years is a long time. Enough with this trial and error. We need top-notch quarterback and offensive line to have a chance. Draft wisely. Well, we're not going to, I don't see it any way possible that the Dolphins are going to move up and grab a quarterback unless somebody like Hendon Hooker drops to 51. But I don't know if they would even pick him at that point. They seem to be, obviously, as everybody knows, I've had questions about Tua's health, but they're going to be pushing all in with him for next season. So now with that last chip off the board and Lamar Jackson signed, should he go down, it's Mike White or bust. It's Mike White or Skyler, and that's it. There's nobody else out there to sign. So I don't, let's see what happens. What's this say? Q-Buck says, do I realize this is Tua's first time with the same offensive coordinator? Yes, this is second year under Mike McDaniel's system. It's his second year with Bev. They should know everything he needs to know. And the only counter argument I'll say to that, is that it's also the second year for every team they oppose to understand what Mike McDaniel is doing. Remember, last year, nobody knew what he was going to do. Yeah, they knew he was running the Shanahan system, but they didn't know his tendencies. They didn't know his down and distance plays. That's not going to surprise anybody in 2023. So as much as Tua and the offense should feel comfortable running an offense for the second year, at the same time, defenses opposing Tua and Waddle and Tyreek Hill have now seen them for an entire year. And I think a lot of people miss that. They don't understand that there's a year of film for people to dissect from a defensive perspective in terms of watching what the Dolphins did. They know everything now. So unless Mike's going to put some new wrinkles in, they know everything about the Dolphins offense. They know when somebody goes in motion. They know when somebody is cutting a route. They know if there is an inseam. They know. Trust me, these defensive coordinators are very good. So we got to be at the top of our game. Absolutely. And Sal says, what's up, buddy? Sal says, show me the money. Finally got the money in Baltimore. Well, if Tua balls out this year, there's no doubt they're going to have to back the Brinks truck up and pay the guy. No doubt. If he can go 15, 17 games, Dolphins get into the playoffs, go deep into the playoffs, he's going to get paid. There's no doubt. Can you imagine right now, forget Joe Burrow, forget Herbert. Can you imagine the renegotiation power that Patrick Mahomes will have? I mean, I don't even think it's a negotiation. I think Patrick says, yeah, I want 400. Okay. You just sign him. Okay, yeah, here's your 400. And I want 300 guaranteed. Okay, here it is. I mean, I would love to be in Patrick Mahomes' agent situation right now, even though Lamar did it without an agent. And the only bad thing about Patrick Mahomes getting a huge deal whenever he decides to renegotiate is we'll have to look at his idiot brother dancing around and doing all his TikTok videos and all that stupid crap. But Patrick Mahomes just must be sitting back and just going, you gave who how much? Oh, you gave Lamar that much. You gave Jalen Hurts that much? Mm-hmm. And Deshaun Watson too, right? Mm-hmm. You have just keep writing the zeros at the end of the check, because you're going to have to pay him the biggest check in probably sports history. I mean, it's going to be massive. Absolutely. So that's where we are with that. So coming up, we're at 5 of 8. So here's what I'm going to do. Once they get on the clock, let me see if I can show it to you right now. Once they get on the clock, I have a screen here I'm going to go ahead and cut to. And this screen will allow me to talk as they go on the clock and begin to show the draft pick. So I can just go there. If that's not big enough, I can zoom in and show you guys the full thing. And in my ear right here, I'm also listening to see if there's anything like a trade or something happens. So I can put that up quickly as well. So I'm trying to do all this technological stuff, make sure it works for you guys. There's a lot going on. So they brought out on stage 17 top prospects. The usual suspects, Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, just brought everybody. So now they're talking on screen to, who is this? Joey Porter Jr. from Penn State cornerback. They're talking to him right now. I just don't understand why these guys all walk in looking like pimps. Maybe I'm just too old. I mean, I would have a nice suit, a nice tie, and look like I'm ready to do business with somebody. And these guys look like they're ready to go out to the club. But it just might be me. Am I being old? Am I being an old man by saying dress for business, dress for success? John, I saw that earlier that you voted that you'd rather watch, and here I am. Be yourself as always. This will be great. Thank you. So I just asked a question. Looking at how some of these guys are dressed, that they're looking like they're, about to do the big deal with with Pablo dealing the Coke or something, instead of putting on a suit and tie and getting ready to do some business. Maybe I'm just old. Hey, David, what's going on? Aloha, brother. Aloha to you as well. Thanks for showing up here today. Francisco, thank you for showing up as well. This is fun. I've never done this before. Joey, thank you. You said, I understand why you would feel like that, but I feel like that's the new norm. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe that's how kids are these days. I mean, I'm not passing judgment on any of them. Any of the guys themselves. It's just the way they look. I would just go out with the suit and tie, and I'm here for business. Sign the contract. Let's do something. So we're 2 minutes away from they're showing Alabama. Alabama has a whole section at the draft with Will Anderson and Bryce Young and everybody else. I am the Brown. What's going on, brother? I know I battle with you sometimes in the comments, but thanks for showing up, brother. Thanks for showing up. So we're almost ready for things to kick off. Let's see. We're 1 minute away. 1 minute and 37 seconds away before they put Carolina on the clock. Carolina will be the first pick. So in the comments right now, who do you guys think is going to be number one? You guys think that it's going to be Bryce Young? Do you think it's going to be CJ Stroud? Do you think it's going to be Will Levis? I mean, it could be all three. I'm thinking it's Bryce Young, as much hoopla as they made about him, but it could be just about anybody. So what do you guys love the show? Hey, Ramon, what's going on? Let's see what Ramon says. Ramon says, love the show. If Houston doesn't take a QB at number 2, they have to be nuts. Hopefully the Finns can get a good pick tomorrow. Hopefully. I don't think they will move up, though. Never know. You never know what's going to happen here. Sal says it's going to be Bryce Young all the way. It's just kind of, I don't know. I know Bryce Young has all the intangibles. I know he's one. I know they say he's like a point guard out on the field. But point guards are also, unless they're Magic Johnson, are the smallest guys on the court. he's small. And what I've just heard in this ear is that the Panthers, with what right now the commissioner's getting ready to open things up, they have not as of yet reached out to Bryce Young, which means nothing. I mean, once he goes, we're open. You guys know he's got 15 minutes. So right now they're probably manning the phones and seeing what's going. So they're going to cut to, nope, they're going to a commercial or something. But not ready yet. Let's see here. Bryce Young, Ramon says Bryce Young number 1. Hi Barry, is Elliott on his wife's what's he say? Is Elliott on his wife's phone enjoying the show, buddy? God bless everyone. Go Dolphins. It really sucks that Dolphins don't have a pick. No pick. Gonna have to watch everybody else, but at the same time, I think personally, this is when Chris Greer has to earn some money. He really has to earn his money right here. You know why? As the big board, and something I can show you. Let me get rid of this comment real quick so you guys can see this. I also have this draft tracker here. Let me cut to it. And it goes, this is the draft cast. Then you've got the rounds, but then you've got the best available. And it tells you who right now are the best available players to go ahead and draft. I've always been a type of guy who thinks that the big board, the best available, whoever's available, should be the guy you need to look at really, really hard. And right now, Miami sitting back at 51 really has to work that big board view and perspective a lot, in my opinion. You gotta keep looking at that. Let's see. KC trades 2 picks to the Dolphins for Waddle. They'd be insane to take that. Absolutely insane. William Taylor says that it's going to be Bryce Young number 1. I think a lot of people think that Bryce is going to be, he's going to, Tony P says Bryce is number 2. Interesting. Bryce is number 2. What if that doesn't happen and some of these guys start bouncing down? That's going to be very, very interesting. Very interesting. Ramon says, with the religious movement going on in Miami, who's a draftee that fits that? Not in the first round, but any round player. I don't know about draftees, but Dalvin Cook does fit that mold. I'm going to be coming out with a video. Do you guys know, I'm looking in here, do you guys know Dalvin Cook's history? Do you know everything that Dalvin Cook went through? It's unbelievable, the transformation that guy has made. I don't want to give too much away. You guys probably Google it yourself, but it's amazing the transformation that Dalvin Cook has gone through. And I think the catalyst was when his dad died. And what had happened was his dad made a phone call to Dalvin. He didn't answer the phone call. When he called back, his mom answered and said, "Your dad is dying." Right after he made the call to Dalvin, his father dropped dead. Man, that's goosebumpy. Did you guys know that? Did you guys have any idea that happened? Wait till you hear that story. It just gives me goosebumps. You imagine getting a phone call and it says, "Hey, it's Dad. I'm busy right now. I'll call him back." And you do what you got to do. And then you call Dad back and Mom answers, "Hey, what's going on, Mom? Your dad just dropped." You had a chance to say goodbye to your dad. You had a chance to hear your dad one more time, and instead he's dead. Absolutely, you will never hear him again. That actually happened to Dalvin Cook. Gave me a whole different perspective on him. And nobody talks about this stuff. And so what do you think would happen if that happened to you? Where would you turn? Where would you try to find comfort in something like that? So, yeah, God works in mysterious ways, but Dalvin Cook turned his life around, and nobody wants to talk about this kind of stuff. John, you say it's not the best pick available, it's the best fit available. Well, that's true if that pick doesn't fit. So everyone thinks right now that the Dolphins are going to be looking to bring in an offensive lineman. They may be looking to bring in tight end, the big kid from Georgia. But what if that kid's not available? Well, you have an option of trading, trading up, trading down, let someone take that 51 and try to compile some more picks. I don't think you spend that 51st pick on an offensive tackle and expect that offensive tackle to come at 51 and start and compete with Austin Jackson. Not really sure that's going to happen. John, you're absolutely right. People don't talk. I was in regards to talking about the Dalvin Cook thing. People don't respect the family unit. Not only do they not respect the family unit, they don't seem to want to understand how people change their lives. The guy chosen, so many of us have changed our lives, and they never want to ask, hey man, you used to be a rabble rouser. You used to beat people up. You've been arrested. You were in jail. Hey Dalvin, I got mugshots of you. What happened? And I don't mean like what happened, the resolution of the cases. What happened that made you become a different guy? Most of the sports journals out there know the answer. They know the answer as what happened. Look at here, I'm going to give you a hint. Go look at his Twitter profile and go look at his Instagram profile and tell me what the first thing you see on his profile. And that's always what I start looking at. Say, hey guys, are you publicly professing? And when people are professing and testifying like that, and I'm not going to get too religious on you right now, but there's a reason. Something happened in his life, which I just told you, and it happens like that. Boom, I need to change. All right, so let's see what we got here. They're still on commercial, so they are obviously running late, so we can take some more. The big question here is, does Miami trade up for a first round? Who are they going to trade? Think about it. Who's trade bait? Some of the new guys they signed? Braxton Berrios, Cedric Wilson. Why would you take on some of these B-level players why would somebody give up a draft pick for these B-level players unless you package some more draft picks? I'm surprised that the NFL draft isn't as crowded in terms of where they are. All right, here comes Roger Goodell, and he's off to the stage here. Let's see what happens. Obviously, he's going to declare it open. And let's see if how quickly Carolina comes to the podium. He's late. I got 8:07. 8:07. Yep. So he's going to do his little talk here. He's got a couple fans on stage with him, but they're. What's very interesting is I'm looking at the stage right now, and usually they have things emblazoned on either side of the stage and on the logo. And I'm looking. Yeah, no, they do. On the front of the stage, they have Bud Light. On the very front of the stage, they have Bud Light. But they're not putting it on the monitor. So unless you see it from the crowd, it's not being shown on television, which is really weird for a sponsor. Usually they pay for that exposure. So we got a couple fans on. Let's see. I can't, Bob. I would love to show the screen, but YouTube and the YouTube police would come and shut this down like that. That's just how they are. What do you think? What do you think the odds are that the Dolphins trade up and get a quarterback? Nah, that ain't gonna happen. Who are they gonna get? They're gonna get some second rounder scrub or something. They're not gonna get Levis. They're not gonna get Stroud. They're not gonna get Bryce Young. Definitely not gonna get Anthony Richardson. Will Hendon Hooker slide? If Hendon Hooker slides, maybe we might see some movement. I love Hendon Hooker. I think he can be a great pro. I don't know if you guys ever watched him. We're lucky, for those of you who live down here in South Florida. We've got the Gators down here, so we can see a lot of the SEC games. My best friend, here comes Patrick Mahomes out with the Super Bowl trophy. My best friend is a Vols fan, so I always followed the Vols ever since he and I have been friends. And the kid can play. The kid can absolutely play. And I don't know who puts these narratives out. Sort of like the same thing with Tua. They say, oh, he's a one-read quarterback. Well, That's not true. You're actually giving him a hard time because of his offensive, his head coach and offensive coordinator had such a good scheme. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Is it trans fluid? John. See, John, you're gonna get us in trouble here. You know the YouTube police out here looking for people to cause problems and see if they can't just turn things off. New York baseball guy says we need a tight end. Yeah, I would. You know who I would love even more than Darnell Washington, if somehow, which I doubt it would happen, somehow Mike Meyer from Notre Dame fell into the lap of the Miami Dolphins. Would love to see that. Let's see what else we got here. Ohio State quarterback could go number one. So you're thinking Stroud's going to be the guy that's going to go number one. So they've got Patrick Mahomes. They've got Kelsey. Bunch of people out there on the stage from the Kansas City Chiefs. And he just declared the NFL draft open. And Carolina Panthers are on the clock. So we're going to see real soon. Hopefully it won't take the whole 15 minutes. I hate when those guys do it. This should be easy. This should be done in 5 minutes. They should be right out to the stage with this pick. If they're not, then they're fielding at least calls. I want to say offers. They're listening. So it's running. So they cut it down. It's no longer 15 minutes between picks. The clock runs at 9:28. The clock runs at 9:28. And let's see what they do. So we've got, let me go to this screen. So we've got, everyone says it's going to be Bryce Young. Maybe it's going to be Bryce Young, maybe not. 9 minutes and 8 seconds right now. Why they're taking the time is really concerning. I mean, there's only one reason why you're not already on the stage. You're on the stage because you already know who your pick is. And so far, they're showing it, the Panthers war room. Not much going on yet. They don't see you guys on the phone. They're showing the panel with Mel Kiper and the guys sitting around. But so far, no pick. So far, no pick. So let's see what happens here. Everybody is expecting Bryce Young. Everybody expecting Bryce Young. They're showing his highlights. His size scares me. He's even smaller than Tua. I know he's faster, but man, he's got the intangible. He's a winner, which all of the Alabama quarterbacks have. I mean, Mac Jones was a winner, but I don't know. There's something about Bryce Young that just tells me in this league he's not going to hold up. But he's probably going to go number one. They still haven't come out. We're at 7:45 left before the pick is announced. I mean, the amount of time they have. Not sure why they're waiting. Not sure at all why they're waiting. Stroud is much bigger than Bryce Young. Absolutely. Heisman Trophy, they're going to have to pay for that. Tony, I love your optimism. Don't matter what happens this weekend. You said the Dolphins are going to win the Super Bowl. So let's see. Nope, no pick yet. We're down to 7 minutes left, 7:15. George. Oh, George talking about Bud Light. I'm just going to let that. I'm not going to say it so they can't hear it. Okay, you're killing me. Oh, absolutely. Richardson would have absolutely been lit playing for Miami. Could you possibly imagine if Richardson was in Miami? He's not going to beat out Tua now, but what he could do under the tutelage of Mike McDaniel, man, that's freaking scary. Absolutely scary. So let's see what they're doing here. Nothing yet. So I'm going to put this board up. No, that's the wrong board because I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. Let's see what they're saying. The clock is running. We're down to, wow. I'm not sure what they're taking so long to do. It's 6 minutes and 13 seconds left. 6 minutes, they're still talking about him. This is really tough what these guys are trying to do. They're trying to keep people's interest, and I can't believe they're taking so much time. If you knew who your number one pick was, what are you still screwing around? Somebody's calling them. I wonder what they would get offered for somebody like Bryce Young for this number one pick. So anyway, we can take some more comments. What's up, my boy Pablo? Nice to have you here, brother. Thanks for tuning in. Going to try and give you as much data as I possibly can here. Whoa, George, you're saying the Texas running back number one. That's interesting. That's really interesting. So it looks like Carolina's taking this down. Ticking it down. Yeah, ID Brown, Ahmed the Brown. They may be trying to trade the pick. Whew. Can you imagine trading? Wait a minute, they traded for the pick, and you think they're going to trade down? What would you have to get in return for giving up the number one pick? But we're down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds in it. They're not walking to the stage yet. Hold on. So they're talking about what's going on in the war room. They're just taking their time. They are listening to phone calls. Wow. Pablo, they may be trying to, but you remember they traded up to get number one. Why would you wait till 3 minutes left in your pick to trade back down? What would you be getting for a number one? This doesn't make any sense. So the guys on TV right now are saying they're just doing their due diligence. They're just trying to see what everybody is calling and asking for. But obviously something's going on. I'm looking at the war room, and they seem to have made their pick. I don't see a lot of people on the phone. But this is weird. Looking at Adam Schefter right now. Adam Schefter is saying that nope, they're just trying to fill timer right now. They don't know anything more than you or I at this point. They're trying to fill the time because nobody, as the guy from Indianapolis said in the video I played at the beginning, nobody is going to know anything until they decide to tell you. But we're down to, the pick is in. Okay, here it comes. The pick is in. Let's see. The pick is in. Let's see here. You guys can see this. As of 10 minutes ago, they just said Bryce Young's father hasn't heard from the Carolina Panthers. All right, so the pick is in. Let's see what they say. So what Mel Kiper's like, if he was 6'3" and weighed 220, there would be no doubt about who would be number one. But he's small, so I don't see Kamish walking to the stage yet. But this is a little intrigue on the very first pick of the draft. This is really weird, man. They traded up for this. So the pick is in. Let's see what it is. Is he walking out yet? Not yet. So they said that Bryce Young is 5'10", maybe 175, 180. I mean, that's about the same size as Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, he got the big bag, but he kept getting hurt. So why would you, I don't know, I wouldn't take Bryce Young. Just wouldn't do it. It's just too risky, too much money, too much risk. I wouldn't do it. And they're still waiting for the commissioner to come out. Let's see what they're doing. I don't know. This is intrigue already. All right, here comes the commissioner. He's got the pick in his hands. All right, they did it. I love this. You saw it go green on the screen before he even said it. So the delay the website is faster than the television. The website actually updated right off the bat. So he went number one. Right now we've got Houston on the clock in about 9 minutes. Let's take some comments. So what do you guys think? I'll probably go to a Bud Light commercial first. That's just too much, man, to go to a Bud Light commercial first. Let's see what we got here. All right, I'm going to go here so I can take some of this. Young went first. Yes, he did. Who's the most... here's a good question. Who is the most successful Alabama quarterback? So, if you're my age, that's an easy answer. So, I'm giving you a hint. If you're my age, that's an easy answer. Anybody want to guess who that is? Who the most successful Alabama quarterback? I assume you mean in the NFL. Who's the most successful NFL quarterback from Alabama? That's a good question. Some of you guys might be too young to even remember who that is. Let me know if anybody has the answer. You are 7 years older than me if I remember quickly. All right. I don't see anybody coming up. They're probably Googling it right now. So I got to drop it because everyone's Googling. There you go, Pablo. That's the man, Joe Willie Namath. Wasn't even a hesitation by me, and I knew who that was going to be. It's Joe Willie Namath. A lot of people don't even know he went to Alabama, but yeah, he's from Alabama. I mean, not from, but he went to Alabama, and in my mind, was the best quarterback that ever came from Alabama. Absolutely. The commissioner had to take a swig of Bud Light and put his. So you get me in trouble. The commissioner had to take a swig of Bud Light and put his dress on before he came out. That's what took so long. You got to get some of these people really ticked off at you. So as they do with all the picks, Bryce Young is doing his photo op and doing his interview, but he's about to be a very rich young man. And so let's see what happens with the Carolina Panthers with Bryce Young as their quarterback. Yeah, Pablo, he was a great guy. Loved his alcohol, but he was still a great guy. Do you realize he still lives here? I'm not sure if you guys know. He lives in Palm Beach County. Joe Namath lived, and I'll say it, he lived in Tequesta, which is a really small town right outside of Jupiter. Used to see him at Tiger Woods Restaurant all the time. Tiger Woods Restaurant is in Jupiter when we used to live in Jupiter, and you'd always see Joe Namath. You'd see Tiger Woods once in a while as well. Only time payments are relevant. They're enjoying these 15 minutes. Yep, yeah. He should suck it in. I mean, basically, you're number one pick in the NFL draft. So now we're looking. It says he's the highest drafted Alabama quarterback. Obviously, he went before Tua, Richard Todd, and Mac Jones. So he's the highest drafted quarterback from Alabama. Way to go! All right, Joe is everything I wanted to be growing up. Yeah, he was badass. If you ever watched his games, the guy was, I mean, I used to love how he used to backpedal. Most quarterbacks backpedal sideways, and he used to just chug it back. He used to love to see those white shoes. Let's see here. Guy was great. Only jet ever followed. Panthers are douchebags for this. Giovanni, all right, so you're going to have to explain this to me. Why are are you talking about how long they took, or because they picked Bryce Young? Why are the Panthers douchebags? So I assume you're talking about how much time they burned. Maybe that's what you're saying. See, Pablo, I wasn't going to say that. I wasn't going to bring it up because those of us who know back in the day, we know he was the ultimate consummate bachelor. Wild man. Pablo, do you know what he used to wear under his uniform sometimes when it was cold? Man, I'm really dating myself here. You guys remember when he had a sponsor, he did a commercial, and he wore something under his uniform when he was cold. I'll let you guys think about that. Yeah, Giovanni, I believe you're right. I think we're going to see quarterbacks fly off the board. Absolutely. What's up, Tom? How you doing? Says Bart Starr, 2 Super Bowls. Is Bart Starr from Alabama? I didn't know that. I didn't even know that. Nobody ever mentions that. Nobody ever mentions that. Yeah. Oh, here's another one. I forgot all about him. The Snake, Ken Stabler. He was from Alabama. That's right. Absolutely. So that was very, very cool. Yeah, Steve. Yes, you remember. Wow, I think I've hit that middle-aged football fan because these are things that a lot of people don't remember. But Joe Namath was made famous for, it was almost like, I thought it was a joke, but the dude wore pantyhose. He actually did a commercial wearing pantyhose. Did you guys know that? He owned the Bachelor's 3 nightclub. When was that? Oh, this pick is in. Wait a second. CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud. So we're going to go with CJ Stroud as number 2. CJ Stroud goes to the Houston Texans. Wow. Thought they were going to make a trade, thought they would do something. They kept talking about doing a trade. So now Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. And I think everybody knows right now that the Arizona Cardinals were indeed talking about doing a trade. They were talking about trade just like 30 minutes ago. So we've got the first 2 QBs are off. Bryce Young, CJ Stroud. So Houston deserves a decent quarterback, man. They've stunk for quite some time. Yeah, Pablo, the Snake was awesome, absolutely awesome. Late 70s, had to sell. Where was it? Hey Tom, where was the club? Was it down here in South Florida? Or was it up there in Alabama or something? I don't remember that. Didn't Bart Starr go to Alabama? I don't know. One of you guys need to look that up. I didn't know that Bart Starr went to Alabama. Didn't know that. That's going way back. Wow. Let me look at it. Where did Bart start? Let me look that up, Rico. Bart Starr. And he was born in Alabama. Is that where he went to school too? Bart Starr. Let's see. College? He sure did. Bart Starr went to Alabama. Give the man a star. Give that man a star. Wow. Wow. Bart Starr, I guess you can say, because he's had more Super Bowls, that he was more successful than Joe Namath. But Joe Namath took basically a franchise team that, when the old AFL stepped in and beat the Colts. I just think that was just legendary for what he did there. But you're absolutely right. Bart Starr was the most successful Alabama quarterback. Super Bowl after Super Bowl. Wow. Didn't know that. So Joe Namath's nightclub was in the Fort Lauderdale area. I didn't know that. Didn't know that at all. Where's my wire? Let me get my wire here. It says pulling my ear apart here. Okay. Let me get more slack on this thing so I don't strangle myself. All right, there we go. I used to watch the Ice Bowl. I watched the Ice Bowl over and over and watched the things that they had to do. I lived in Connecticut, so it was brutally cold up there in the wintertime, but it wasn't as cold as it was in Green Bay during those days. And when they played on that hard, frozen tundra back then, it was awesome to watch. Yeah. The Brown. Yeah, I didn't know that, man. I did not know that Bart Starr went to Alabama. Yeah, that was Don. You're absolutely right. That was Don Shula's Colts back then. So, wait a minute. What do we got? Oh no, I thought they were going to another pick. No pick. They're just talking to CJ Stroud. So we're still good right now. Evelyn, you did a lot of work in which town? What town? Fort Lauderdale? Tell me what town. Pablo, you're just pulling back the memories at this point. You're talking about Jerry Kramer. Oh my God, man. You're talking all the way back 67, 68, 69 with the Green Bay Packers back then. That's freaking awesome. Ramon says all world against Georgia per NFL Network. Does that mean that's what got him noticed? I don't know. I mean, can you imagine the pressure these guys are going to have? Somebody had done a show this morning, and I was watching them talk, and they're like, how many people get drafted and then just completely shit the bed? Doesn't mean anything just because you get drafted number 1 or number 2. I mean, or even in the first round. Ask Zach Wilson that right now. Biggest bust. Let's start talking about biggest busts. Let's see. I would probably say Jamarcus Russell. What do you guys think about him being the biggest bust? Or some of you may say Ryan Leaf. Oh, how about Johnny Football, Johnny Manziel, complete bust. I mean, then you want to talk about some guys that were on the offensive line, Tony Mandarich. I mean, I thought as an offensive lineman, I thought Tony Mandarich was just going to kick ass when he came in the league. Didn't do crap. Just too many steroids, I guess. And then, of course, you got the Boz, Brian Bosworth. Oh, Mark, you're gonna see it. You are absolutely gonna see people going after Bryce Young because he's so small. I mean, they're right now they're glorifying him, but they're not. So I just want to interject here. We've been talking, and there's only 1 minute left before the next pick. So obviously, Arizona has been listening. So now we're under 1 minute before the pick. We're under 1 minute. So I don't know what's about to happen here. Let me put this up on the screen. We're at, so now, they traded the pick. They traded the pick. Okay. Cardinals traded the pick. Whoa. Looks like the Texans are going to get another pick. Wow. So okay, let me just tell you guys this. The Cardinals were at 3. Houston has traded up to take number 3. So they took a quarterback at 2. Now they're going to have number 3. They're probably, oh my God, this is huge. So they're probably going to go Will Anderson. I mean, as you see on the screen, people are saying Bijan Robinson or Tyree Wilson, but wow. Wow. So the Texans, they're showing the Texans right now, and they're scrambling in the war room. They're high-fiving and everything else. The pick is in, so they knew who they wanted. They traded up for this guy, whoever it's going to be. This may be Jalen Carter, the defensive tackle. Who knows? But whoever it was, they really wanted this pick. They traded up. So 2 and 3. Pick is in. So they were the 12th pick. So they moved up to 3. Cardinals dropped to 12. The pick is in. So who are they going to pick? Wow. All right, let's say Bijan Robinson. What do you guys think? Here comes the pick. Wow. This is pretty interesting to me. That right away here. Now, so if we go to and we look at best available, let's see who's out right now overall. Best available, Bijan Robinson. Let's see who it is. Pick. Will Anderson, the linebacker. So they didn't go for Bijan Robinson. They went for Will Anderson and took the linebacker off the board. Will Anderson is who they went. Now on the clock is the Indianapolis Colts. So now, before I take some more comments here, this is pretty cool for Indianapolis. Indianapolis now has its pick of Will Levis Anthony Richardson, Hendon Hooker, they need a quarterback. So I would almost guarantee that they're going to go with a quarterback here. So Will Anderson, linebacker of Alabama, goes to the Texans, number 3. Number 2, they took C.J. Stroud. So right away, Houston looks a lot better. A lot better. So let's what do you guys think about this? Yep. I'm Brown, another player from Alabama. Nick Saban sitting there with a big smile on his face. Yeah. Good point. Still no offensive line off the board. So that is good news for Miami. That's good. Oh yeah, this is a great point. So you guys know these rookie contracts, especially this high up in the draft, right now, that 5th-year option for Houston on these 2 picks is going to be huge if they pan out. If they pan out, yeah, I mean they may take the 5th-year option. Like we know it's going to be huge on for C.J. Stroud because you have each position has its minimum option that you have to pay. Won't be as bad for Will Anderson, but they're going to have to do something with both those picks 5 years out. So very, very interesting. Why am I sitting on this thing? But that's a good point, Ramon. Very good point. Rick, okay, wow. Rick Norton, Miami Dolphins #1 pick, all-time flop. I guess you have to be correct there because I don't even know who the hell Rick Norton is. I mean, was he just here today, gone tomorrow type of thing? Whew, wow, unbelievable. Such good. Goldilocks, what's going on, bro? Such good drama. So that means the Dolphins take over at pick 1. Who do they take? Yeah, the Dolphins should. They don't have anyone to trade other than like a lower receiver, like what's his name? Cedric Wilson or something. So they don't really have anybody that they can bargain with. I mean, nobody's going to give up a 1st-round pick for Cedric Wilson. So let's see what Minnesota does now that we're into this. Is Minnesota going to do something with the Dolphins and trade for Dalvin? Let them trade for Dalvin Cook. Let's see. Yeah, it's good for the Finns. Wait a second. Got news from Schefter. All right, so Adam Schefter is saying so they're saying that the Indianapolis Colts will be looking at a quarterback who can be similar to Jalen Hurts. The new coaching staff at Indianapolis are used to Jalen Hurts, so they want that type of quarterback. Pick is in. Let's see who the pick is. Let's see. Ooh, it's moving pretty quick here. I like it. Like that it's actually moving quick. So let's put this up. Wow. I love it. Love that it's not just the same old boring draft. There's actually some stuff happening here. So intrigue and drama. And it's moving pretty quick. We're already at 4. Let's see what happens. So they're just talking to Will Anderson right now. But the pick is in. Let's see what you guys think the pick's going to be. Let's see, who are you guys thinking here? Jalen Hurts, man, I love that dude. Is such a genuine guy and smart player. Yeah, he very well he is. Yes, he is. So the pick is in. The Colts are going to bring somebody up. I mean, let's see. They haven't walked up yet. No, the Dolphins don't have any draft capital. Definitely have a killer roster, but I don't think any of these players, I don't think any of these teams drafting right now have any need for what the Dolphins could even offer. So it's just sit back and watch. So this is probably, I'm going to guess here, I think this is going to be Anthony Richardson. I love Anthony Richardson. I think his upside is immeasurable at this point. I think he can do. He's sitting there, they're showing Anthony Richardson. He's like, yeah, he's winking at people. He might have just gotten the call. He's really smiling. That's who I think. I think it's going to be Anthony Richardson as well. So let's see here. Is he coming out? Let's see. Let's see who it's going to be. He's walking out to the podium to make the pick. The funny music plays. Boom. You see it on the screen first. It's green. So I'm wondering how ESPN, unless YouTube TV is behind, but you're seeing it on the screen first. So they did go with Anthony Richardson. They went with Anthony Richardson at quarterback. So next year, the Indianapolis Colts are going to probably start Anthony Richardson. I don't know if I'd throw him in that soon, but there's nothing physically that this kid can't do. I mean, he's just amazing. There was a video out today where he threw a ball 65 yards flat-footed. They told him to stand still, and just with his arm, he tossed it 65 yards. Unbelievable. So, yeah, Trevor Lawrence now has competition. That's absolutely right there on Trevor Lawrence. Pablo, yeah, he's really bad. I mean, I think this. I don't know. People think I'm crazy for thinking it, but I think Anthony Richardson is the X factor in this draft. His upside is so big that if they can manage his downside and bring him along, this kid is going to be just sick. I mean, he's big as Cam Newton. He throws. He's got a rifle for an arm. He ran a 4.4. He can jump. He can do anything on the field. So it's just a matter of getting his reads down. But, whew, yeah, they've got a guy who's got some serious assets. And he 4.4 speed with a 40-inch vertical. So it's a matter of coaching. Can they coach him up? And by the way, I think it's the guy from Notre Dame is still out there, Quentin Nelson. They have a really good offensive line. So he's in a good situation there. He's definitely in a good situation there. Yeah, you're looking at picks number 4 right. We just saw number 4. Number 4 was indeed, yeah, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, and Anthony Richardson. Yeah, that's number 4. Pablo, you're here. I didn't know you were right here. So if you got it in Martin County, it might be heading south. So guys, if you see stuff start flickering or I have to hit the button, it's because, we may have a storm coming here. I mean, I was doing a live broadcast on Tuesday, on Tuesday, and I started hearing noise. And I'm like, what the hell is all that noise? And it was basically rain and stuff hitting the skylight. It was really loud. Then, of course, the power blinked. So, yeah, it's crazy. Bob, you're absolutely right. Anthony Richardson is something special. I mean, his only problem that people have is what's his read? What's he going to do? Make sure he understands the offense. But remember, in addition to all his physical skills, he played against the top competition in the country. He was a quarterback in the SEC. That means a lot. That means a hell of a lot. So, we got Johnny's bad self. Yeah, right. Evelyn, you were born in Vero Beach, Florida, so not too far away. Just a little bit north. Why do I keep sitting on my wire here? I hate that. Hold on. Okay, I just need to get some stretch. All right, so 3 minutes left on the clock, and Seattle is up next. Geno Smith just signed a big contract. I doubt they're going to take another quarterback. Who knows where this goes? This might be Jalen Carter, might be Bijan Robinson. Not really sure. We may not be involved in this first round, but oh well. But we are involved. when I say we, the Dolphins are involved in the first round because each one of these picks pushes people down further. Are they going to drop all the way to 51? Doubtful. We'll see who's still standing. But anything could happen. I mean, by the time we're done here tonight, we're going to know who's still on the board and what day 2 looks like tomorrow. So let's see what happens here. No pick is in yet. 2:42 left on the clock. And Seattle has not done their pick yet. Not done their pick. So I guess ESPN, how do they cut away the commercials? Well, they just did. I guess they'll have to cut right back if he walks out. So 2.5 and no pick yet. Pablo, if the Finns were to trade up, who are they going to trade? Who wants to? I mean, maybe when you get down to 19 and 20, it's a little bit easier. And maybe there might be somebody willing to take a Cedric Wilson or a Raheem Mostert. There was a rumor going around today. Okay, so here's a crazy rumor. There was a rumor going around today that they may offer up Christian Wilkins to move up. I can't verify that. I don't know who said it and why they said it, but Christian Wilkins is going to be looking for $20 million as a defensive tackle. And anybody here in this first round is going to be looking at that kind of number, and they're untested and unproven. So are they looking to, if someone who's looking at a defensive tackle that's not named Jalen Carter, are they willing to take Christian Wilkins and then move down? I don't know. That would be crazy. I'm singing to the song on TV. I heard Seattle has picks to trade. Okay. All right. For who? Pablo's like, Wilkins, yeah, I heard that today. That was a big rumor today. It went around like everywhere that people were talking about that they were looking at moving Wilkins. That would be huge, huge. Dolphins' first round pick was a very good established corner. Yeah, this is not a stack. Okay, what's William say here? William, you got a good one here. This is not a stacked draft. I feel us not have a first rounder is not as big of a deal this year. I agree. I mean, if you're not looking for a quarterback, everybody else, there's not a lot of separation. Jalen Carter, yeah, there's some separation there at that big defensive tackle. But we're gonna get in the weeds here. Hey, let me just go to the big board and just see what's up there. So if we look at the big board, let me click the button. There we go. Here's the big board. So if we're looking at this big board, you're seeing Bijan Robinson. Let me go to the best available link here. Best available. We're looking at Bijan Robinson. They're saying is the next best available. Then you've got Tyree Wilson, Jalen Carter further down the list. But then you're starting to get into the weeds. I mean, look at what's coming up here. Peter Skronski, great offensive tackle. Where's he going to go? Will Levis dropping this far down. Paris Johnson, offensive tackle. You got some linemen here, probably the next 5 to 7 picks. Some really top-level linemen. But then once you get into the 10s through the 20, there's not anybody there that you just go, I got to have this person. I got to have Kalisha Cansey. All right, here we go. We got the pick. It's in. Okay. For Seattle. Can you guys see that? Okay. Pick is in. I don't follow Seattle as much. They're just there. But I could see them taking Bijan Robinson. That kid's a stud. All right, here comes the commish. Ooh, that's a biggie. Ooh, that's a biggie. Devin Witherspoon, who is a cornerback big cornerback, and now Detroit's on the clock. Wow, that's a stunner. That's an absolute stunner. Even the guys on TV are like, wow, that's something. But somebody earlier who had said that, there wasn't a whole lot of people out there in terms of this being that deep, this is where you're going to start seeing some of this stuff that you might not see. So on the clock next is Detroit. They've got Jared Goff. I can't name who their star running back would be, but they could take Bijan Robinson. But right now, I think we're going to start seeing some really weird stuff go on. No sissy beer commercial this time. Pablo, what you're saying is absolutely correct. So you're watching that really close. You're hoping that Miami can either get an offensive line or a tight end. Nobody off the board yet, but we're only down. We're still in the fives. We're not in the teens yet. I think an offensive lineman is going to have to really, really drop if Miami's going to jump in. If they're going to trade up, I don't know who they'd offer. If it's Christian Wilkins, whoever it is, I think it would be 19-ish, 20-ish around there if they did it. Hey John, have a good night. Yeah, these things they go on for a long time. And my wife and I steak. She eats steak. I'm a poultry and seafood person, but love it. Next time you're down here, let me know. Yeah, Pablo. I think so too. I think it's definitely going to be, if anything, if anything happens, it's going to be back in that 1920-ish area. Oh, hi Evelyn, you're on the NFL Network. Okay, cool. Fingers crossed for Darnell Washington. All right, so let's look at something here. A lot of people have been talking about Darnell Washington. I'm going to go to the big board here. Let's look at the board. So best available. And so the best available, and you see who all these guys that are still available. Darnell Washington. Where do they have him? He's not in the top 25. Let's look at page 2. They have him at 34. So they have the tight end that the Dolphins may want to take all the way down at 34. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. So I could see them trading up for that. If he fell that far, that's crazy. But then Hendon Hooker they have at 28. It's going to get very interesting as the night goes forward. And I want to thank you guys for hanging out. First time I've ever done that, trying to get all my buttons right and show you guys things. Oh, Tom, that whole area up in Jupiter. Tom's asking me about Guanabanas. That whole area up there, Tiki Beach, all that stuff. My wife and I used to spend so much time in that whole area. If we wanted to go to a fine dining restaurant, we went to 1000 North, which is Michael Jordan's place. And also you could go to the Woods, which is not too far from Guanabanas. If you wanted to go out and have a party and have a fun night, you hit Guanabanas and Tiki Beach and some of those things there. Lots of fun. What about Steve Avila? Let's see. Okay, let me go ahead and see if I can't find Steve Avila and where he might be. All right, so where was he? Let's see, best available. I think they got him as a guard, right? So offensive tackle. Let's see where Steve Avila is. You guys can see this. Let me take the comment off. Steve Avila. Steve Avila. They have him at 29. So there's an opportunity to steal somebody if they're going to be able to trade up. I mean, the guys that we've heard that they're interested in, Steve Avila, Darnell Washington, you're looking at that 30th best available pick there. So who knows what could actually happen. Maybe that could drop down. Maybe they could trade up to get like a 30. That would be very interesting. Hey, Pablo, I didn't know that you live in Stewart. We are now under... dude, pray for you. Hope everything is okay. Let me know if that changes from watch to warning. That's when you really have to watch out there. Wow. So I didn't know you were in Stewart. I did some work up there. What's that place up there? Greg Norman has a housing development he built up there. I did some marketing for them. It's in Martin County. I don't think it's as far north as Stewart, but it's over there on the east side of US 1 up in Martin County. Why do you got to tell me this, Evelyn? I don't. I'm a volunteer storm spotter chaser. Yeah, that's bad weather down your way. I'm watching radar right now. That's the reason I'm using my wife's phone. Oh boy. I hope we don't get the flicker. It'll be a short night for me if I can't do that. What's going up, EJ? EJ, thanks for living up the draft bear. Thank you for showing up tonight. I didn't know if anybody would show up. I'm just trying to. I've never done this before. Uh-oh. So, wait, we got a trade. So Arizona Cardinals, who traded their pick to the Texans, have now traded back up, and they're gonna go next. They're gonna be taking the. They're gonna move up. So let's see who the pick is in. This is crazy. Arizona is now on the clock. I love this. I love that they're doing all these moving around. So people on TV are saying that it's going to be Paris Johnson, somebody big, to go ahead and help guard the backside of what's his name, Kyler Murray there. But they're on the clock. Actually, the pick is in. The pick is in for the Cardinals. Let's see where they go. So the Cardinals received this pick. The Lions received the 12th overall, so they dropped back down again. And a 2023 second round pick as well. So Lions didn't do too bad. They were probably looking for something that I mean, Dan Campbell, tough guy. I bet he's looking for some beef. All right, so Arizona Cardinals have traded again. Their second trade of the night. They are now on the clock. They say the pick is in. Why am I having a problem with my headset? All right, let's see who it is. You guys will see it on the screen. Oh, hold on. Boom. See who turns green. And the pick. Yeah, they took the big offensive tackle. So they took this big beast of a guy, 6'6", 313 pounds, offensive tackle, to put him to go ahead and basically be the backside for Kyler Murray. Smart pick. Kyler Murray's been hurt, so now they bring in this big, huge monster to help defend him. So next pick will be the Las Vegas Raiders. So we got a big offensive tackle, and this guy, in addition to being big, this guy, Paris Johnson, is just, I mean, he's huge. He's put together. He's not a big fat guy. He's huge. And he plays left tackle. So this is obviously to make sure that Kyler Murray doesn't get hit. This is a shutdown left tackle that they're going to use. I mean, 6'6", 315. Good pick. I'll have to say that's a good pick for them. So he only played 13 games at left tackle. Yeah. So probably, yeah, man, I'd watch storms start in my area and streak for Oklahoma. What do I think of Tucker Kraft? I think once you get into that area of those tight ends, there's really nobody standing out. And do you think that he's actually going to be better than Durham Smythe? He's going to be a project. How long is it going to take before he's ready to play? I mean, those are questions I would have. I mean, he's not. Let me check him on the big board here. Where are they putting Kraft at? Let's see here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and look at this. We're going to go best available and see where we can find Kraft. Here's Michael Meyer. There's Luke Musgrave. That might be an option. Let's see here. Darnell. Sam Laporta could be an option. Well, we're way down. Let's see where he is. Tucker Kraft, they're estimating to be at 55. So he could definitely be available. He could definitely be available by the time that the Dolphins pick. I don't know. What's he do for the Dolphins at that point at the 55th pick? Let's see here. I see Pablo and Philip are talking about storms. I hope not. I heard that too. But first offensive, yeah, he's the first offensive lineman gone, and he is a big dude. Dolphins had no shot at this guy. So, but here's where you have to think after the draft. So this guy's being brought in. He's probably going to start. Who is the Cardinals' current starter? Who is the Cardinals' second stringer? Maybe that guy is going to need to get moved out. Maybe the Cardinals want to get rid of him because now you got to bring in a first round offensive tackle who's going to be hopefully like Laramie Tunsil for you. Maybe that the current starter or the current second stringer might be looking for a home. You don't know. This is where you start taking stuff off the board and go, hey, look up who their starter is. Let's see what they want to do with him. Maybe they do a trade after the draft since you just picked a offensive tackle number 1. So we've got Las Vegas Raiders up next with 4 minutes left in for the pick. So the Raider fans are hoping for Jalen Carter. It looks like we shall see. Oh, Tom, you're up in Seminole County. Okay, I used to live up there as well. Nice area, Lake Mary. We lived in Lake Mary. Probably want a blocking, pass catching tight end. Yeah, we didn't have that with Mike Gesicki. That's for damn sure. I mean, he could catch, but he wasn't going to block. So 3 minutes left. The clock is still ticking. They don't have anybody in yet. What's Philip say? Philip saying, as much as Miami needs offensive line, a premier running back would make up a lot. Henry type back. So you're not confident in Mostert? I mean, 4.56 yards per carry. You're not confident that Mostert could, as a starter, could it carry the load? That tandem of he and Wilson, have you guys given up on that? That's what I didn't understand. Why would you be looking at a Dalvin Cook or bringing in a running back like Bijan Robinson or the other kid when you got a guy like Raheem Mostert? I didn't understand it. I personally thought Raheem Mostert played very well. I liked the way he ran. He ran hard. He's fast. He and Jeff Wilson could catch. Why would you bring in another back? I don't know. That's just me. Especially when you don't have anyone to block for him. All right. So the pick is in with the Vegas. Let's see what they got here. Boom. And we go here. All right. Pick is in Vegas. Josh McDaniel. Who knows what they're going to go. He's got Jimmy G out there now. They definitely need to plug some holes. Let's see what they go with. And they also have a short window. Jimmy G's not going to be around forever. So they better get some horses. So the pick is in, but he's still not walking up yet. So let me see if I can. Let's see if we take some more comments here. Working this. It took so long to get the draft started. Goodell had to do it just as fast. Oh, you guys are bad. You guys are being really, really bad at this point. That's just too funny. All right, here he comes. He's walking to the podium. Let's see here. It's funny they bring all these people and cheerleaders and everything else to the draft. All right, so pick is in. Clock isn't running anymore. Let's see what they got here. And they say they need a cornerback, defensive tackle, offensive guard, defensive end, tight end. Doesn't show that they need a running back on this chart here. So their needs are cornerback. Best on the board right now is Bijan Robinson. He hasn't walked out yet. The pick is in, but he has not come out yet. Still not walked out yet. We're going to get another trade here. Okay, here we go. Here comes the pick. You guys will see it on here first before I say it properly. Tyree Wilson. 6'6", 271-pound defensive end from Texas Tech. That's who they decided to go with. I don't have a problem with this. I mean, I know they got Max Crosby out there, but at the same time, bringing in a big defensive end like this kid transferred from Texas A&M, he could be very good for them. I mean, he's huge, 6'6", 270. Wow. So he's going to put some pressure on Las Vegas Raiders opponents. You know what we need to start paying attention to? You know what I got to bring up here? I got to bring up Miami Dolphins schedule. We need to look and see, like, some of these guys are going to be playing Miami Dolphins schedule. Let's look at some of these things. Who are they going to be playing next year? Who was that? The 2023 schedule. The teams that the Dolphins are going to be playing. All right. Come on, where's the schedule? All right, so of course Buffalo, of course New England Patriots, of course the Jets. You guys all know that. So we got the Denver Broncos, and that's what I wanted to show. We got the Las Vegas Raiders. So this kid that just got picked is going to be coming after Tua. He is 6'6", 271 pounds. We don't have an offensive tackle, but they just got a first-round draft pick who we have to face, who the Miami Dolphins have to face right there. Boom. So now we got another edge rusher to contend with. So that's the Las Vegas Raiders. Let's see, any Carolina Panthers. So Dolphins are going to have to face Bryce Young. No big deal. I don't think it's any big deal. Patriots, Jets, Chiefs, of course, Chargers, Ravens, Eagles, Commanders. So that's really the only one so far. I'm going to keep this up so we know who's on the clock here. So on the clock are the Atlanta Falcons. It's okay. So what? But we got the Las Vegas Raiders. So this kid at 6'6", 290 pounds, he looks a lot bigger than that, is going to be facing the Miami Dolphins. No other way around that. That's going to be the Miami Dolphins. So you got Bijan Robinson still not picked. Jalen Carter still not picked. So let's look at some more comments. So what Paul was talking about, he's talking about the outfit that this kid just wore. He looks like the Joker from the Batman movies. I mean, it's a crazy outfit. Whew, wow. We just say I'm not scared. Mahomes can outrun him. Mahomes can outrun the guy from the Raiders. Can Tua outrun him? Can Tua outrun this guy? Because right now Tua doesn't have anybody blocking for his blind side, and the Las Vegas Raiders, who the Dolphins face, just picked a first rounder with their first pick. Let's see here. They just said on television exactly that his wingspan is 2 inches wider than LeBron's. Man, which means he can keep tackles off of him. Exactly, that's what that means. Wilson is a Sasquatch. Now, EJ Barrow, that was nasty. I can't post your thing, but I know what you're saying there, brother. Larry, what's going on, brother? Glad to have you. Thanks for showing up. Our running backs didn't have the line. Yeah, our running backs don't have. So why would you look at bringing in Dalvin Cook or trading for another running back when you didn't fix the problem that Mostert and Wilson already had? If Mostert and Wilson, who, basically from what the stats showed, well, Mostert did 4.7, 4.9 yards per carry. That's damn good. And you got him cheap, and he's fast. Why would you look at bringing in another running back, and you haven't fixed the line yet? Doesn't make any sense. Philip Colton says that he has not given up on Mostert or Wilson. Love them. They just can't run over people. That's my point. If they don't have a better line, a big back could balance that out. You still need to have holes. Even when Dalvin Cook played the Dolphins and he burst through that run, if you go back and look at that tape, he wasn't touched. It wasn't like he ran over anybody. He wasn't touched. Gone. Touchdown. Let's see what's here. What we got. Let me look at some more stuff here. Larry, that's what I was just talking about. Dalvin Cook is fine and dandy, but I haven't seen anything that says you need to go over Mostert to spend more for another halfback when you've got so many other needs. Dalvin Cook would be fine. Unless you're talking about using Mostert as trade bait. Maybe you're looking at a team that needs a backup, a running back or starting running back, and you can trade for him. But Dalvin Cook is good, very good. But you already have a good running back. So I haven't understood the talk about Dalvin Cook the entire time. But it is what it is. Yeah, Pablo. I mean, offensive line. I don't care who you got running the ball if you don't have anybody blocking for him. And, what I liked about Mostert, he was a slasher. Wilson, they were slashers. You're talking about running over somebody. If you have to run over somebody, then you need someone blocking for you. So the pick is in. This is going to be Atlanta. Let's see who they've picked up. Let me pull that up. Boom. Let's see who it is. Atlanta's like one of these boring teams. I mean, they've been in the league forever. Do you even watch Atlanta Falcons games? I've never even tuned into an Atlanta Falcons game. Other than Matt Ryan and when Dion played, I couldn't name any other players. Bill Fralick. There's a name for you. I remember, as of course an offensive lineman, I remember Bill Fralick playing for the Atlanta Falcons. When he came out of Pittsburgh, just loved everything about that offensive tackle. But other than that, couldn't tell you anybody in Atlanta. All right, so here we go. The pick is in. So he's got a couple fans up there with him. He's introducing these fans because they're with Big Brother, Big Sister organization, which is a benefactor of the NFL. I shouldn't make fun of that. That's definitely a necessary organization to support, especially in Hotlanta. All right, here's the pick. The kid's gonna read it. That's so cool. Kid gets to read it. Say it. He still hasn't said it. Kids. Speak up, kid. Bijan Robinson. That's a good pick for Atlanta. He'll labor there in obscurity. They had a need of defensive end, wide receiver, cornerback, quarterback, defensive tackle. Wasn't even on the books that they needed a running back, but he takes a running back. You know why? He took the best available. What you just saw there right now was a GM, owner, or whatever who took the best available. We all saw that Bijan Robinson was the next best available at the top of that list, and they went for the best available. They didn't draft for need. They needed more, but they took the best available player. That's what I would do if I was a GM. I may need this or that. I may need to fix this hole on my line or wherever, but I got to take a guy that we have all the data on, says this is the best available guy. So they took him. Okay, but yeah, Pablo, I believe that. I believe that Bijan is definitely a good pick. Um, you need to do like that. So Pablo's talking about his hair. Yeah, it's a really weird hairstyle out there. Remember Timmy Smith with the Redskins? Redskins, oh, you said a bad word. You said a really bad word. But yes, I remember Timmy Smith behind the Hogs. That shows how a line can make a back look great. Yeah. I mean, didn't he just go off? Not didn't, but didn't he go off in the Super Bowl as well? I mean, it was him and Riggins. I think he went nuts back then when they had Doug Williams. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think Timmy Smith did fantastic behind the Hogs back then. Uh-oh. Talk about the rich getting richer. The Philadelphia Eagles traded and moved up. Wow. Wow. So Philadelphia Eagles, who went to the Super Bowl, have traded up to the next pick. Wow. Wow. What do they need? What do they need that says defensive tackle? They're going to take Jalen Carter. Wow. Wow, wow. Can you imagine if they put Jalen Carter next to Jordan Davis on that defensive line? Oh my God. And I believe, let's see, let's check it. I think we got the Eagles. Let me see what. Oh, bingo. Dolphins got the Eagles. So one of the opponents just picked a defensive end. Let's see what happens. Are they going to pick another defensive stalwart? Are they going to pick Jalen Carter and put him right next to Jordan Davis? That would be absolutely sick. And what would make it even sicker is when they play the Dolphins, there's no offensive line. You got these two stud tackles. What's he? He's 6'3", 315. What's the other guy? Jordan Davis, probably 6'5", 340. And yet they're sitting right in front of Tua. Both these studs, but who knows? They may not pick him. Let's see what it is. But I think they're going to go with Jalen Carter. I think they're going with Jalen Carter. If I'm Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer and I'm seeing the schedule that the Dolphins have and knowing the offensive line, if this pick, if the Super Bowl runner-up traded up and is taking Jalen Carter, oh shit. The pick is in. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, here we go. No, they're still talking to Bijan right now. Can you even imagine? Can you even imagine if the I'm freaking out as an offensive lineman. Okay, I got to move this thing over. As an offensive lineman, it would drive me crazy to know I got Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter staring me in the face on every play. And talk about Dalvin Cook and running backs. Now you've got to hit the outside. I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. Who knows? They may not pick Jalen Carter. But if they pick Jalen Carter, Mike McDaniel's going to have some headaches. Let's just say that when they play Philadelphia Eagles. Let's go back to that. This schedule is absolutely nuts. Philadelphia Eagles, boom. So we got to play the NFC East this year. This is going to be crazy. Pick is in. They haven't showed up yet. I'm holding off on a comment because I just got to see if they go with Jalen Carter here. So they traded. They got the 9th pick, and the Bears, who they traded with, are going to pick right behind them at 10, and then they get a 4th-round pick as well. So this next pick cost them basically 1 slot and a 2nd and a 4th rounder. All right, here we go. Talk about rich getting richer. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. okay. He's walking out. This terrifies me if they pick Jalen Carter and the Dolphins have to play the Eagles with this offensive line. Looks like Jalen Carter. These teams are all making moves. How many trades have there been so far? How many trades have we seen so far already? And we're just at 9 or 10. That's absolutely nuts. Okay, here comes Goodell with the pick. Wow, they picked Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter next to Davis. Wow. Both of these guys were from Georgia. They played alongside each other at Georgia, and now they're going to be playing alongside each other at the Eagles. Wow, 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 wow. Guys, that is absolutely huge. So what do you think about that? What do you think about that? That's Pablo, you're cracking me up. Tua should consider trading on his speed instead of. Oh God. Whatever he needs to do, call in Carl Lewis, call in somebody, because without that offensive line, if they don't fix that offensive line, we just saw two of their opponents pick first round studs on the defensive line. Man. And it's not like Philadelphia is needy. They're just bulking up. Good gosh. Pablo says, I think the Finns may trade. They may have to do something. I think they removed him from the best available because he just got picked. They may have heard it earlier. Tom Stocco. Tom Stocco says Tua may want to reconsider after this draft. So far, this is just so far. There's still some. I mean, Will Anderson. I mean, there's just. So now when you look, let me go back here. So now when you look at this schedule again, you can pick who the edge. We know who Buffalo has. We know the Patriots, the Jets in terms of defense. The Jets defense is absolutely sick. Denver Broncos, they're going to have to draft somebody. The Raiders just picked that kid. Titans, Cowboys, Micah Parsons coming after Tua. He ain't going to outrun him. There's no way any training between now and then is he going to outrun Micah Parsons. Terrified. Giants, Panthers, Buffalo again, obviously. Kansas City Chiefs, Chris Jones, Bosa. This is absolutely crazy. This is crazy that Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer aren't doing something about this offensive line when it seems like their opponents are going to have studs on defense most of the way through the entire schedule. Man, that's just crazy. That's crazy. What's that Jamaican sprinter? Usain Bolt. Yeah, he's going to have to learn speed. Forget learning how to fall. But yeah, he's going to have to learn how to fall. But, oh my God. Wow. All four AFC teams will pay. That's a good point. All four AFC East teams will have to play these same defensive lines. Absolutely. The pick is in. Not yet. We could take a few more. Actually, more concerned. I mean, you guys are seeing the defenses begin to form right in front of your eyes. And as a former offensive lineman, I can tell you Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis side by side, that's a friggin' nightmare. If you double one, you can't double the other one. I mean, what do you do? This guy is going to be right there ready to run right through Eichenberg? Seriously? Eichenberg's going to stop Jalen Carter or Jordan Davis? Poor Tua. Oh, my thing fell out. So the only training for Tua is stealth. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I heard that they were talking to Taylor Lewan. I think he's a big tackle from the Tennessee Titans. Yeah, we're gonna need somebody like that. That's for sure. Bob's Burgers said that I'm scared. Since we all know that, especially now with Lamar being signed, there's nobody else out there. I know the whole thing about Brady. I've talked about it ad nauseum. Who knows what would happen there? But as of today, there's nobody else to pick up the phone. It's Mike White or Skyler. Should something happen to Tua, and if I was Chris Greer, there's no way I could sit back and let this offensive line be the offensive line it is. What would you drop to have a better O line or no? What would you, okay? Let me see here. What would you drop that have a better O line or another running back? Not really understanding your question, but offensive line. I mean, look at the play. Look at the teams that were in the Super Bowl. So now what has happened is more than likely the Philadelphia Eagles have one of the best offensive lines and one of the best defensive lines. Kansas City Chiefs, one of the best offensive lines, one of the best defensive lines. Everybody knows that your trenches win your ball games. So the Dolphins have a very strong trench on defense with Steeler and Wilkins and Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb. But on offense, it's like a sieve. Your entire wherewithal of your quarterback at this point is based upon hoping Austin Jackson gets better. Hoping Eichenberg. Okay, we got a pick here. Darnell Wright. There's another offensive guy off the board. So we had Paris Johnson go earlier, and now the Bears have picked another monster offensive tackle, 6'5", 333. Here's one thing I want you guys to understand, and here's what you have to look at. You're looking at teams, except for the first two or whatever, they're bulking up on lines and they're protecting their quarterbacks. We had two giant offensive tackles just get taken off the board in the first 10 picks. Two of them. And this guy is huge. I mean, wow. So these teams that want to compete understand they're protecting your quarterback and you're getting after your quarterback. Now, Will Levis must be wondering right about now, hey man, what's going on? Why am I dropping so far? Because I don't think he's going to get picked. Okay, if you look at let's look at this. Let's look at who's coming up. You've got Tennessee is on the clock. I doubt they could go Will Levis, but they've got Tannehill and what's the kid? Malik, but they're trying to get rid of him. They could go Levis here. They very well could go Levis. I'm not sure where Levis is going to be, but he could go here. He definitely could go here. So let's go ahead and see. On the TV, I'm listening to them in the ear. Pablo says the offensive line is starting to get panicked. They better be panicked. They better absolutely be panicked because the entire team is based upon Tua Tagovailoa staying on the field. If he's not on the field, the chances for a deep playoff run diminish greatly. I think everybody, I don't care if they call you a hater or not, everybody would have to realize that if Tua is not playing, the chances for this team winning are very low. So the Tennessee Titans pick is in. Let's see what it says the pick is in, but they're going to cut to a commercial, so they're not going to run it yet there. Tennessee court. Who are you talking about has a cannon? Are you talking about the Malik kid? I mean, that Malik kid, I thought they were trying to move off of him. I thought Malik, what the hell's his name? Malik Willis, the kid from Liberty? I thought they were trying to move off of him for sure. Yeah, I heard that they were shopping Tannehill as well. But so wonder what they're going to do with this pick then. Hey Jesse, how are you? I don't see Miami trading up. Not yet. I still think there's time. Looking, like I said, 19, 20, 21, 22, maybe in that area. Hey, Master Barber. Thank you very much for tuning in today. First time I've ever done this. Never done a draft, so I'm trying to do it right. Yeah, the Bears are definitely picking and stoked up their offensive line for sure. Bob Berger says, "What a rough schedule." So let's look at that again while they're in television timeout here. We don't know the order yet, but this is the 2023 opponents for the Miami Dolphins. There we go. All right. So you got, of course, the AFC East, Buffalo, New England, the Jets. Then you got Denver, the Raiders, Tennessee. So this pick coming up is another pick that's going to impact the Dolphins. The Dallas Cowboys, the New York Giants, the Carolina Panthers, the Chiefs, the Chargers again, the Ravens, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Washington Commanders. Now understand that with the Commanders, I guess they're not going to exercise, what's that big defensive end's name? Chris Young. They're not going to exercise his option, but he'll still be there. So think of the edge rushers. Think of the edge rushers that the Dolphins have to face. It's an all-star list of defensive ends and edge rushers. And the one guy who scares me the most is there's nobody on the Miami Dolphins right now who can block Micah Parsons. Can't convince me of that. There's nobody who's going to take on Micah Parsons and win, which means he's going to have a potential field day against the Miami Dolphins. If you disagree with me, you tell me who on the Dolphins offensive line. Teron maybe, but they'll just put him on the other side. If I'm the Cowboys defensive coordinator, I'm like, Teron Armstead's over there, you go over here, and whoever's over here. And if you watched him, he goes all over the place when he plays anyway. He's all over the place. So they're about to go to the next pick. Let's see who they got here. And is he walking out to the stage yet? So Malik Willis they're talking about. I heard they want to. I wouldn't be surprised if they went with Will Levis here. Grab Will Levis, get rid of Tannehill. I mean, they're rebuilding at this point. 406. The pick is in, but they're not walking up yet. So maybe we have time to, let's see here. Mike Vrabel is sitting there smiling. Let's see what you got here. after seeing that schedule, Larry says, where is that? Larry says, after seeing that schedule, I think the NFL is trying to get Tua to retire. If they're not trying to get him retired, they're saying, hey, listen, look what you got coming at you. And you can go ahead and look at the defensive ends some of those teams have, and it's like, oh my God. Let's see, Mike Vrabel, they're talking about, let me see if I can probably take, that's who the name was, Chase Young. So you're going to have Chase Young coming at you as well. And all I'm doing, I'm like, hey, listen, don't go on Teron Armstead's side. I want you over here coming after Tua. And you think Austin Jackson is going to stop the likes of Chase Young and Micah Parsons? That's friggin' suicide. All right, guys, we have the next, and ladies, we have the next pick. The next pick is in. Let's see. And who is it? Ooh, they went offensive tackle. That's interesting. So they went offensive tackle. They picked the big guy from Northwestern. So they took Peter Skronski. So just so far, we've had what number pick is this? Overall, we've had second round pick 10. We've had 3 offensive tackles go in the first 10 picks. Whew. Wow. So on the clock is Detroit, who had traded down to allow the other team to pick. And so now let's see where they go. The best available here is they're saying it's going to be Dalton Kincaid if they need a tight end. Remember, Dan Campbell was a tight end, so he's going to know what they need. He's definitely going to know what kind of tight end he wants. And they got a cornerback here as the best available. So now we're already getting into that gray area where some of these guys aren't home well-known names. That's how quickly this draft changes. So now Will Levis has got to be thinking, what the hell happened? How am I falling this far? Earlier yesterday, they were talking about Will Levis possibly being a number 1. And now he's just dropping really, really big. So let's take some comments in the interim. Yeah, Bob, those offensive tackles are coming off the board really quick because, a lot of GMs know that their number 1 job is to protect their quarterback. That's what they do. Most GMs, they protect their quarterback. Okay. He's a guard. Okay, he's not a tackle, but he's still a big boy. I don't get this, but it's still kind of funny. I still haven't seen a Shirley Temple beer commercial yet. No, you know what? I wonder if they told him we're not showing your commercials. You can be a sponsor and we're going to put you on the stage, but we're not going to show Bud Light commercials. Maybe. I don't know. That would be very interesting if they told him, hey man, we can't do that. We can't show you out. Can't do it. Okay, so the Lions, their pick is in. Let's see here. Their pick is in. Let me put this up. Let's see who it is. I'm going to go Dalton Kincaid. I think he's going to take the tight end. Dan Campbell, being a former tight end, they need a tight end. Let's see if he takes a tight end. As a head coach, I'm tutoring the position that I want. Let's see what he does. Ooh. Wow. This is such a shock that Jahmyr Gibbs isn't even at the draft. He's sitting on a couch at home with his mom. He's not even at the draft. They went. I know the Dolphins were interested in Jahmyr Gibbs, and people were talking all day about Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, he's gone. And in addition to that, Will Levis has dropped again. So we got up next. Who's coming up next? We have the Green Bay Packers. Now, this could get interesting. The Green Bay Packers obviously just lost Aaron Rodgers. They've got Jordan Love. Is Jordan Love the guy? Is Jordan Love the guy that's going to be their future? Or do you go with Will Levis here and bring in another quarterback just in case? It shows that they need a wide receiver, a tight end, a safety, an outside linebacker, and a defensive tackle. But who's their quarterback? An unproven guy who sat behind Aaron Rodgers forever, who they still don't know if he can play. They still don't know if this kid, Jordan Love, is going to be it. So in 5 minutes, we're going to be looking at the Green Bay pick, but Jahmyr Gibbs is off the board. If the Dolphins were even thinking about him, unless they're going to do a post-draft trade or of some sort, who knows? But he's off the board. So we're seeing offensive linemen go away. We're seeing running backs. Who knows? So here we go. Wow, the Green Bay, the Lions are just going nuts. The Lions, they're showing a picture of the Lions war room. These guys are going nuts. They're so happy. They feel like they stole somebody. They're going to pay for it. They're going to pay this kid. But wow. Okay. Larry Shade says, you think the Packers are going to go tight end? Or were you talking about before? Bama running back. Pablo says, if this keeps up, he's going to ruin his day. It's looking bad. It's looking bad. Still no pick. 4 minutes left. They just went to a commercial. These offensive linemen are moving really fast. Absolutely. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So you're thinking that where is that? You're thinking that, this is very interesting. Larry says that this could be the replacement of Derrick Henry. So they may be bringing in this kid Jameer to be their new back, which makes Derrick Henry expendable. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. So if they look to move off of Derrick Henry and bring in Jameer Gibbs, because I doubt you'd want to have two stud halfbacks sitting there. I don't think you're bringing in a number one pick to sit on the bench. So it very well could be that Derrick Henry is in play. So Pablo asked, who is the best quarterback left on the board? So let's go to the board, Pablo. That's going to be an easy one. That's going to be Will Levis, best available. Let's see what they've got here. Christian Gonzalez, and Will Levis is sitting right there. So Will Levis is, oh shoot, I didn't show you. Boom, sorry. Will Levis, they show this kid, Christian Gonzalez, a cornerback, is the best available. And number 2 best available is Will Levis at quarterback. So Green Bay could indeed go with Will Levis here. Wouldn't surprise me if they went with Will Levis because, like as I said, Jordan Love is unproven. You're going into a season, Aaron Rodgers isn't there anymore, and you have an unproven quarterback in Jordan Love. Do you go ahead and pick Will Levis at this point to have a backup of just in case? I would think about that. I would definitely think about that. All right. Detroit could have gotten Gibbs at 18. Yeah, maybe. Not really sure, but they wanted him. The SEC is cutting Detroit. Wait, hold on, I just said that one. Detroit, where is that? Oh, this is from George. George says that the SEC is cutting tail in this draft. What do you expect? They're the best conference in the country. If you want to go ahead and play pro ball, I mean, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, Georgia, man, they're just bringing all the players in right now. Absolutely. Darnell Wright is way down right now. I mean, we'll see where he comes up. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if I'm Chris Greer, I'm saying, hey guys, you just picked a first round running back from Alabama. You got another guy sitting there that, hey, you want to do something with? I'll give you a draft pick and Cedric Wilson, and let us have Derrick Henry. Something's going to happen with Derrick Henry post-draft, I bet you. Bet you something happens with Derrick Henry. So the pick is in. Let's see what we got. All right, let's see what we got here. Making these buttons work and stuff. All right, here we go. Let's see who the pick is. So we have a trade between the Packers and the Jets. Of course, this was a whole thing with Aaron Rodgers. So on the clock, let's see. They're getting ready to the pick is in. I'm going to call Will Levis. I'm going to call Will Levis because of the unproven Jordan Love. Let's see what happens. Ooh. Wow. Wow. That's a head snapper. So they go with a defensive end, 6'5", 272 out of Iowa. Again, this is not one of the top prospects. They went off the big board. They're showing him he's at home with his family. He didn't even get invited. So now Levis drops further. Now you've got New England on the clock. Of course, as you all know, that is a Miami Dolphins opponent twice. 2 times every year, New England Patriots picking right now. This is pick number 15. Now, no, pick number 14, I'm sorry. So let's see what Bill Belichick and the guys do. I have no idea. I think they need a lot. This is offensive tackle, cornerback, wide receiver, defensive tackle, offensive linebacker are their needs. Who knows where Bill Belichick and now their new offensive coordinator. Remember, the new offensive coordinator is Bill O'Brien, who used to used to coach at Alabama, SEC. He's familiar with the quarterback that's sitting there. So if you're pissed off at Mac Jones, if you think Mac Jones sucks, if you think that Mac Jones is no longer who you want, do you go to Will Levis at this point? Do you go to Will Levis and say, we're going to bring him in? I've seen him. I've coached against him. If I'm talking about Bill O'Brien, I think we can make something happen. Then we move Mac Jones. I don't know what his value is if you move Mac Jones, but he hasn't shown much since he's been in New England. This is going to be a really interesting pick. Very interesting pick. So it's 427. Wait a minute. Looks like the Patriots traded their pick to the Steelers. New England Patriots just traded their pick to the New England Steelers. The New England Patriots just traded their pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Lots of trades. Wow. All right. So they push back. We know right now, we know Will Levis is not going to get picked. So he's dropping further. So with Brian Flores being over there in defense, they've got Kenny Pickett in offense. Are they going to grab an offensive tackle as well? Let's see what they've got here. They've got the big board showing that the Steelers need an offensive tackle as well. So we're going to see another offensive tackle go off the board in a couple minutes. So Arlo says definitely Broderick. SEC, baby. George Williams, you love the SEC. Oh, you're a Gamecock fan. I'll give you a little secret, George. George, yeah. A little secret. I met my beautiful wife in a place called Pawleys Island down in Myrtle Beach, right outside of Murrells Inlet. I've spent a lot of time in South Carolina. Love Murrells Inlet. I mean, that's actually where she's from. And the seafood down there is absolutely amazing. You never notice that when I do these live broadcasts, somehow I always turn it into food. Earlier we were talking about Jupiter, and I'm talking about the different restaurants up there. I kind of use geography for restaurants. So anyway, love the Murrells Inlet. Just absolutely love that whole area down there. Let's see here. We're looking for the pick is in. So let me go back to that screen. Let me take the comment off. Let's go ahead. Oops, wrong screen. Boom. All right. So this pick is in. Let's see where they go with this pick. Broderick Jones, another offensive tackle. Another offensive tackle. Let's see what happens. Wow. People say this wasn't a big draft for offensive alignment. Yeah. Okay, so it says that the Steelers got this pick. They gave up number 17, so they just trade up a couple spots. And they also get the 4th round pick as well, number 120. So Pittsburgh Steelers, Broderick Jones. Can you imagine, like you guys, some of you guys watch the SEC, it's just over and over. We're just seeing these SEC players come and go to the NFL. So this is pick number 14. Broderick Jones may come off the board right here. The next pick, let's scroll down here and see who the next pick is. Next pick is the Jets. The next pick is the Jets. So we know right now Will Levis will not be number 15. He's fallen. He's fallen hard. All right, the pick is in. They're getting ready to read it. Still not walking out. Can you imagine that? I just keep talking about Will Levis because earlier today they were talking he may have gone number 1. Here we go with the pick. There it is. Took another big tackle. You know why? Because they got to go ahead and protect Kenny Pickett. So they brought in a big 6'5", 300-pound offensive tackle. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Somebody called that. Who called that? Somebody said that. Who said Broderick? Where is that? Right here. I don't know if they let me post it twice. You called it. You said Broderick. Arlo definitely called it. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I love it. I love that these guys are these linemen. Yeah, definitely a good pick. Who would I take, Cook or Henry? I would take Henry. If we had it as brothers, Cook or Henry, I would take Henry. Why Henry? Because we know with the offensive line, the deficiencies in the offensive line, Henry, if he had to, could probably run over some people. So I think that strength, that size might be of a better benefit, because whoever they bring in at running back, whether it's keeping with Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson, they're going to have to run outside. I don't think they're going to have the strength to run inside. Both Dalvin Cook and Henry could run inside, but if you're counting on Eichenberg to block these runs, I don't think you can wait. I don't think you can do it. From the Virginia mountains, a friend of mine in college lived up in a beautiful area called the Rappahannock area, which is right by the river there in Virginia. Beautiful country. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. What's this say? Been going to, okay, you've been going to Myrtle Beach since 1965. We used to, my wife's family lives up in the Great Smoky Mountains. And sometimes when we go up there, we'll rent a cabin in Maggie Valley. Beautiful area, beautiful, especially during the summer when it's boiling here in South Florida. Get up there to Maggie Valley and get a cabin. Flores is with my second team. So I guess you're saying Minnesota is your first team and Flores, the Pittsburgh Steelers, is your second team. Okay, I got you. Good to know. Let's see what here. So now what we got. Let me just see something here. Now what we have, every time they keep showing this kid, Christian Gonzalez, he keeps falling. Best fit, they're saying defensive tackle from Pitt. Maybe the guy that they want to go ahead and pick right here. But this is one of the opponents for the Miami Dolphins, and they're on the clock right now. So what the guys on TV are saying is that this might be a good time for a trade. Might be a good time for a trade. My phone's going off. Am I getting information on a trade? Let's see here. Like I have insight. No, not seeing anything there. So 4 minutes and 40 seconds left. They haven't moved to the podium yet. They said that Joe Douglas from the Jets is working the phones right now. They just picked up a big time Hall of Fame quarterback that is going to be there. Maybe you look at this from the perspective of what does Aaron Rodgers need? On this pick here, what does Aaron Rodgers need for the Jets? Another receiver? Nah. Offensive lineman? Maybe. How about a tight end? How about right here, Robert Salah and the Jets give Aaron Rodgers a big time tight end? So maybe this is where Mike Meyer goes. I'm just saying, I don't know for sure, but I have to believe they know that they have Aaron Rodgers there. Get him the weapons. Which means you could probably trade back. Who's up next? The next pick is going to be the Commanders. So if the Commanders are coming up next, they may be looking at Will Levis. You could probably drop back and flip with them. Let's see what happens. So Mel Kiper has Will Levis as the best available above this kid, Christian Gonzalez. I like Zay Flowers here, but it may be a trade coming up. They're at 313 and they haven't walked out yet. They haven't even put a notice up that the pick is in. So we're at 252. You guys can see the time. 250. The pick is still not in, so that means they're working the phones. They are definitely working the phones. So let's look at some comments here. What you guys talking? Jets need offensive. Ooh, ooh. Jets pick Darnell Washington. That would be. Now I would go with Mike Meyer first. I would go Mike Meyer from Notre Dame first, but I think they can drop back and still get that pick. George says Jets need offensive line. Another offensive lineman. Good gosh. Um, Tua. Oh, I gotta post this. Tua just signed Morgan and Morgan as his new agent. So some of you guys who aren't from Florida may not know, but Morgan and Morgan is like the biggest personal injury law firm in the state, maybe the biggest personal injury law firm in the country. Oh boy, he just made me laugh on that one. How do you feel? What's this? But how do you feel how they just put the Jets in the playoffs, even Super Bowl? I said it earlier that they're in the biggest media market in the country, if not the world. And at this point, Aaron Rodgers is tailor-made to it. He's a diva. He knows how to command the media. He's going to give them all the sound bites he needs. And are they in the playoffs or Super Bowl? I think they're definitely a playoff caliber team. They were a playoff caliber team last year. They just didn't have a quarterback. Remember, the Dolphins had to beat the Jets to get into the playoffs. And they lost a bunch of games by about, a collective 20, 30 points. Okay, so the Jets are all doing high fives and shaking hands. So this must be a trade. For a long time, 1:07. So yeah, I think they're a playoff team. I wouldn't crown anybody a Super Bowl team yet. Just wouldn't do it. So everybody in the Jets draft room right now is hugging each other. I don't see a pick coming up. The pick is now in. So they didn't trade it. The pick is now in. Mike Meyer, maybe Darnell Washington, something for Aaron Rodgers. Offensive tackle. Let's see. They're coming in. No trade. This is going to be really interesting. So TV guys who don't know anything more than you or I, they're saying defense. So the best defensive player is the guy you see on your screen, Kalijah Kancey, who is a defensive tackle from Pittsburgh. So I don't know. This is where it starts getting interesting. And this is when, we're at the 15th pick now. I said 17, 18, 19, 20 or so is where if Miami's going to move up and give somebody something, now might be the time that Greer's getting on the phone. Okay, they're still not walking up. I don't know why he's taking him so long at this point. These guys on TV are all talking linemen. One or two of the guys is talking offensive lineman, and a couple of the guys are talking defensive lineman. They're not even talking offensive player right now. So they're thinking, but the way the Jets were high-fiving each other in a war room, I don't know. I don't know if you high-five yourself because you get the number 15 pick and it's a defensive lineman. I think I high-five you if I get a steal here. So we know it's not a quarterback. It's not Will Levis, not Hendon Hooker. There's no quarterback coming off the board here. Other than that, here he comes. So he's bringing out a cancer survivor to help with the pick. Another nice touch. But they're having to walk the kid out onto the stage right now. The pick is in. Jet fans are going nuts right now. And it's funny that Mike Greenberg is getting ready. And Mike Greenberg is doing the broadcast, so you know he's a Jets fan. So let's see what happens with this pick. This cancer survivor kid looks... This is cool. I love when they do these kind of charitable moments. And this is a cancer survivor. And this kid is pumped. He's sitting there going like this. He's so pumped. He had bone cancer and he survived bone cancer. Yeah, he looks so happy, and he's got his green tie on. He's got his suit on. And he's got his green tie. Definitely a Jets fan. All right, here we go. New York Jets. They're letting this kid go ahead and announce the pick. All right, kid, get up there. This was a make-a-wish moment. All right, let's see. Kid's going to call it. Let's see who the pick is. Oh, he's doing his thank you stuff and everything else. Come on, who is it? Yeah, that kid's so pumped. All right, kid. Say it. All right, so they went off the board. They went off the big board and brought in a basically an edge rusher, 6'4", 240 pounds edge rusher. Just another person for 2.5 to avoid. Are we seeing a trend here? Wow. Wow, 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 wow. 37-inch vertical. Long arms. Yeah, he's an edge rusher. They're showing him his film right now. He's an edge rusher, and they're showing him tearing down. He had 11.5 sacks. Oh, boy. You know what this kid's gonna... Hey, see that guy over there with the number 1 on his chest? Yeah, that's how you make your meal right now. I want you to go after him. First round, another first-round defensive player that the Dolphins are going to have to face. Another one. Unbelievable. So, on the clock is yet another Miami Dolphins opponent. We've got the Washington Commanders on the clock right now. So, what do you guys think about this? What do you think about this pick here? I'm sure the Finns have a sleeper in their plans. I hope they should do. Guerrero must be going nuts. I don't see how he does it. He's seeing these teams now. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that they're picking these players specifically to come after Tua, but it's falling in line that way. It's just like, wow, man, just player after player that's going to be, on the defensive side of the ball. Number 0 for Dolphins. Oh God, I'm the Brown. Just said it says I just saw a tweet from Adam Schefter said Barry Cutting has been hired to assist the Dolphins draft selection. It'd be kind of easy. They only got a couple. They're not picking a 51, but here's what I would do. Here's what I mentioned before the draft started, that once you get into 16, 17, 19, 20, now you've got some currency. Now you've got some draft capital. Maybe you bring in Christian Wilkins, do I dare say, for a trade. Maybe you bring in Cedric Wilson in a draft pick. Maybe you do something right now to bring in a draft pick. Hey, Jake. Yeah, absolutely. Tough schedule. Getting tougher by the night. Absolutely. Let's see what else. Greer must be going. No, Pablo. Jets didn't get a receiver. Jets picked their nose. EJ Barrow says, that's it. I see Tua having a long and rewarding career as a football. Oh, I didn't see that coming. A long, rewarding career as a football coach and passed it. Wow. Wow. We make light of it, but yeah, jiu-jitsu and speed. But they didn't bring they don't have any offensive linemen. If anything, anyone takes away from seeing this draft, and you guys have all seen it, they're coming. They are absolutely coming. These edge rushers. Hey, we can go back to this again. Okay, let's. Wow. Let me go ahead and put that back up. Commanders are up next. We'll see who they pick. We know the Eagles just went stud. Not sure if the Ravens have anything. We know the Chargers do. We know the Chiefs do. The Jets just picked an edge rusher. We don't know what the Patriots are going to do yet. Cowboys, again, Micah Parsons. Tennessee picked somebody. The Raiders picked an edge rusher. Man, this is some crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. And now, next pickup is the Commanders. So let's see where they go. But wow. Let's see what we got here. The next one. I'm at my board. Here we go. And let's look at something here. The Jets just selected a concussion dispenser. You guys are they yell at me, and you guys are the ones doing it tonight. You guys are the ones that are cracking the jokes and going, "Oh my God, a concussion dispenser." I can't get over the Eagles. I'm still stuck that you're going to have Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter sitting next to each other, and you've got the Dolphins center, and you've got Eichenberg and maybe Hunt, and good luck. Good luck with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis sitting right here looking at Tua going, grunting at him. And you're hoping that Eichenberg, I can't believe if you went back and look at the films, how many blocks he whiffed on. Just completely whiffed on. Not blocks that he didn't do well. How many blocks he whiffed on. Whew. Wow. No protection for Tua. I don't know. I don't know as a GM how you don't stack the offensive line. Great, you did fantastic. You got Vic Fangio in. You brought in Jalen Ramsey. You brought in David Long. Your defense looks absolutely stud-filled. Across the front, Wilkins, Jalen Phillips, Brad, you look perfect. But you're not doing anything on the other side of the ball. I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't think anybody gets it. I think a lot of it. Okay, the Commanders pick is in. Let's see what we got here. That was quick. Emmanuel Forbes. Wow. 6'1", 166. With everything that they need, they went for 6'1", 166 cornerback. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. So let's see who's up next. Next week. On the clock there are the Patriots. Here we go. The Patriots are up next. Let's go ahead. Yeah, I would definitely have said the same thing. I would have picked it or hoped for an offensive lineman or two instead of Ramsey. Absolutely. Definitely would have done that. No protection for Tua. Larry Shade said, so you guys go get me in trouble because everyone's gonna call me haterade. Tua just announced his retirement and plans to open up a judo studio. Let's see here. Reality is we have the best team, offensive and defensive, in our division. Our division is panicking on drafting on defensive side to try stopping our offense too. We'll finally get that Super Bowl trophy. I don't even know how to answer that. I don't think anyone's panicking. Why would anybody panic at this point? No, I'm not even going to get into it. You people who comment like that, you're not. Your first word of your comment was reality, but you're not living in reality if you think people are panicking. Yeah, Tua is going to be on his horse. He's going to have to run a lot. I don't mean run for gains. I mean, there's going to be some edge rushers coming that's just going to be crazy. So we got the Patriots up next. The pick is in. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see. Number 17. Finally, Christian Gonzalez comes off the board. Interesting. Interesting. I think Patriots fans, if we look down Twitter tonight, are going to be pissed off. You moved back to pick Christian Gonzalez. Wow, that doesn't probably not going to excite a lot of Patriots fans out there. I think they were hoping that maybe you would pick quarterback or do something or trade, but they didn't. So now on the clock is Detroit. Now they show best available right now is Will Levis, but there's Jared Goff is their quarterback. I don't see them picking Will Levis. I think they're going to, like I said before, I think they were going to go tight end before. I think they figured they could back up and still get their tight end. I think this kid Kincaid or one of the other tight ends are going to be the pick right here. I don't see them picking Levis as quarterback. I mean, but they still do have 6 minutes left. So now we're into that area. When I say that area, we're 18. We're more than halfway through the first round. Now it's not going to be really expensive. This is where if the Dolphins are going to trade something, if they're going to move up. I don't know. Let's see who's best available. Let's go through here. We know they need tight ends. Let's see who's on here. Will Levis, they wouldn't pick. Kincaid, they could. Mike Meyer, sitting right there. Luke Musgrave, all these tight ends are sitting right there. Darnell Washington. So you've got 4 really good tight ends just sitting right there at 19, 20, 21. Let's see who's picking right now. We've got, let's see, it's going to be Dalton Kincaid. I mean, it's going to be the Lions. After the Lions, it's going to be Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tampa Bay Buccaneers is probably where Will Levis is going to end up. They don't have a quarterback, obviously, with Tom Brady retiring. So these tight ends are falling. And they're in a position now where you can probably make the trade and do something. I mean, they're at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh, wait a second. They're showing Will Levis. He didn't look too happy, though. So I don't think that's going to be him. But, okay, this is where it could get interesting. I hope Chris Greer is on the phone with somebody because he's not going to have to worry about it here. He's not going to have to worry about a tight end at 19. So get on the phone, 20, 21, 22, 23. This is where you can make something happen. It's not going to be really expensive. You're not going to have to trade Christian Wilkins. Hopefully you wouldn't trade him anyway, but good gosh, that's crazy. All right, so let's talk. Paul Pulaski says that's fine. We need guards. Still going to have to move up to grab somebody. Yes, Jake, the best tackles are indeed off the board. Nothing we can do there. You figured that Vegas was going to pick up Gonzalez. Yeah, this pick by the Jets, you like it? You think that's a great pick, huh, Arlo? Okay. I mean, the Patriots, you think that's a good one? I wonder how Patriots fans are looking at that. Reality, as Paul says again, reality really is Miami's looking up to Buffalo and Buffalo is looking up to KC. Good point. Yeah, Shane, right now, you're at that point in the draft. I mean, we're basically 2 hours in. You're at 18, 19, 20. This is when it's not that expensive. Do something. I mean, I don't know who needs what, and if they're willing to, let's see, let's go back to the board and look at this thing again. Okay, so if we're looking at best available, and needs, so not going to have anything you can offer really, Tampa Bay, because you're not going to trade a quarterback. Best available, let's see what people are going to be looking at. Levis, Kincaid, Nolan Smith. I wonder why he's so far down. I love that kid. Ohio State wide receiver, Jackson Smith, JSN, and then Michael Meyer right there. So Penn State, Joey Porter Jr. is good. Miles Murphy from Clemson, another good player. So there's some players there that you can probably move on. I still see Hendon Hooker sitting there. Hendon Hooker, and so what are we going to look at? We're going to look at Tampa Bay coming up. right there at 19. Tampa Bay is going to need a quarterback. Maybe you trade up with Tampa Bay because you don't need a quarterback, but they're not going to want to take a 51 pick. They need someone right now who can play. There is no Brady. So at the same time as we're looking for a chance to move in, you got to figure out, do you have anything to offer? The Dolphins don't have anything to offer Tampa Bay. They don't have a quarterback. They're not going to take Mike White or Skyler. They don't have a quarterback. So no trade's going to happen there from the Dolphins. And right now, Detroit, I don't know what they need. Who knows what Detroit needs? It'd be interesting. All right, what are you guys saying? What is Bob wants to know who the best tackle that's available. All right, so Bob, let's see who the best tackle is. Best available. Let me pull that up. Best available. Tackle. I assume you're talking offensive tackle. That's offensive guard. Avila is still sitting there. Offensive tackle, we're way down. Let's see. Boom. Nope, don't. Okay, here we go. The guy Matt Bergeron from Syracuse and Cody Mouch from North Dakota State, and then Anthony Harrison from Oklahoma. Way down, way down. So that's who your tackles are right now. That's who we're looking at in terms of available tackles. Let me see if the pick is in yet. Pick is in. Let's go back to it. All right. On the clock. So Will Levis is just going to sit there. I don't think anybody's picking Will Levis right now. They got Jared Goff, so I don't think that they'd be going with him right now. He's watching money just fly off the table, isn't he? Dropping down to 19, 20, 21. Yeah, they just said on the TV that Will Levis must be disappointed. Yeah, I would say. They said earlier it'd be less than a 2% chance that he would have been available this deep. So they must have known something. But now I got to believe Will Levis goes to Tampa Bay, which is perfect. I think, for him. Where's the pick? Come on out. Yeah, they're still looking here. Well, I don't know what's taking them so long, but we don't have the pick yet. Let's see what you guys got to say. Second, Larry Allen, Dan Deerdoff, Dermontti Dawson, Dwight Stevenson, Dolphins. Third, we got the pick here. The pick is in. And, inside linebacker. The Detroit fans inside the audience kind of just went quiet. Went, what? All right, so if I was at the casino playing poker right now, I have to pretty much push some chips in that this is where Will Levis is going to go. I mean, Tampa Bay doesn't have a quarterback, but, they may go with Hendon Hooker. They may go Hendon Hooker here instead of Will Levis. But I got to believe one of those two guys goes right here. Will Levis or Hendon Hooker goes to Tampa Bay. Yeah, I gotta believe that. Yeah. So another inside linebacker just went. So let's go with this. Let's go ahead and go back to you guys right quick. The lame stay lame. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, you're right. You just named them a few Hall of Fame linemen. So I don't have, let me just clarify that. I don't have a problem. I believe the Dolphins could find some quality offensive linemen in 2 through 4. My problem is you don't usually find starting offensive linemen, people who can step right in 2 through 4. Maybe in 2024, 2025, the guy's learned the techniques and he can play and step in. But I think so far that we're stuck with Eichenberg and Hunt at this point, and Austin Jackson, unless they're trading or signing a free agent who may get cut. But then we're just getting somebody else's cast off. We're still not addressing and advancing this situation. So, yeah. Hey, PDC, what you say here? Hybrid, anyone that's dropping that, the Dolphins may trade up to get. Maybe. Oops, excuse me. Hold on. I always mess that up. Thought I was gonna have to sneeze, but all right. All right, the pick is in. Let's see who they go with. I gotta believe quarterback here. Quarterback. One of the quarterbacks, Hooker or Levis. You got it. Oh, they went to a freaking commercial. What's interesting though, I haven't seen one Bud Light commercial show up. Not a single one. Hold on a second. Check. Okay, I'm back on. Getting a little nasally right now. And this thing is driving me crazy. I hate having to wear a headset, but you got to when you're listening to this. All right, so the pick is in. Let's see who the pick is. I'm thinking Levis or Hendon. They obviously need a quarterback. Everybody in the building, everybody on TV, all their fans know you got to have a quarterback. Kyle Trask isn't going to do it for you. So let's see who they're going to pick. Will Levis, Hendon Hooker. If they don't do quarterback, whew, okay, here we go. Everybody, this kid's down here in Fort Lauderdale. Everybody in the audience, everybody on the set just went, seriously? So who are you going to have for quarterback? Kyle Trask? Wow. Wow. So that's incredible. That is absolutely incredible that they just punted on both those quarterbacks. Unbelievable. They keep a defensive. I don't understand it, Tom. Don't understand how they went there, but they did. Bud Light, I gotta believe. Okay, so you're saying that Bud Light decided we're not the demographic they're looking for. I gotta believe that the NFL said, can't do it. Can't do it. We'll let you have your sign on the top of the stage, but we just can't do it, man. We would have people turning things off. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Bud Light just said, nope, we can't do it. Yeah. Yeah, Brandon, I thought that was going to be Levis for sure. Levis or it's not going to be Kyle Trask. That's right. It's Baker Mayfield. So they're pushing all in on Baker Mayfield down in Tampa. Whew. Well, I guess they think he's going to be their long-term guy. Baker Mayfield. I like Baker. Maybe with the right coaching, he can finally get some stuff done. But not bringing in a number 2, huh? Wow. That's crazy. Paul, you're right. Again here, the draft is deep with tight ends. No need to move for one. At this point, now that we're at 20, are we at number 20? I think we're at 20, right? Let's see. This is going to be pick 20. At this point, yeah, they can wait. I mean, all these tight ends are just sitting there. So I don't know if 4 are going to go in the first 51 picks. Yeah. Are you talking about Levis? Paul just made a great point. They've got Baker Mayfield in Tampa. I mean, yeah, that was a signing that happened during free agency when all the quarterbacks were signing. So they picked up Baker Mayfield. Seattle could pick up a quarterback next. They just gave Geno a bunch of money. I mean, Geno just got paid. Geno Smith just got paid a bunch of money. I don't know. No, they're not going to pick him. Oh, that's just wrong. That's just wrong, man. Bud Light should hire Michael Sam. That's just sick and wrong right there. Oh, let me stretch my back. That's just sick and wrong. Bud Light did have a commercial? Okay, I didn't see it. Who was on it? Maybe it was your local market. I don't know. I didn't see one yet. That's interesting. Wow, this draft is deep. Yeah. All right. Not sure what they're gonna do. Geno Smith is definitely inconsistent. But what did they pay for him? Hold on a second. Let me look up Geno's contract. So even if he's inconsistent, you just paid him a bunch of friggin' money. So you're not going to move off of him. Let's see what did he get. Yeah, I mean here. Let me put this up. Yeah, Geno Smith got a new contract. $40 million in guarantees, 27.3 fully guaranteed at signing. That's a $26 million signing bonus. Yeah, I don't see them moving off of him. I don't see them moving off of Geno Smith. They like what he did last year and just paid the guy. I don't know who their backup is, but I don't think I'd go with the quarterback, which has got to be driving Will Levis crazy. Because if he doesn't get picked now, let me show you this. If he doesn't get picked on this one, let's see who's got the next pick. Next pick is Chargers. They're not going to pick a quarterback. So you got Seattle right now, and then you've got, what do you call it? Chargers. And we know who they have, so they're not going to pick a quarterback. So he's going to be down in the 23, 24. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right. So Seattle is up. Wait a second. All right. So they're talking about a wide receiver or a tight end here to go to Seattle. It shows that they don't even have a tight end on their needs, on their board needs. Very interesting. So after this pick, I've got to go fill up my solo cup. So I'm going to just put up the screen with the clock, and then I'm going to run and grab something to drink and come right back. Let me see if I can unplug my cord so I can get ready to run. Yeah, there's my cord. Okay, so unplugged. So what I'll do in the interim after this pick is go ahead and fill up my cup. We're halfway through, and it'll take me about 2 minutes, and I'll run right back in here. All right, so the pick still isn't in. We're at 58 seconds. As you can see on the screen in front of you, we're at 41 seconds, and there's still no pick. So are they going to trade this, or are they just going to bring it down to 0 and see what happens? Very interesting. I wonder what Seattle's doing. Maybe moving down? Who knows? This is interesting. We're at 10:30. We've gone here 2.5 hours, and we're at pick number 20. The pick is in. It says on the board here, it says the pick is in. Okay, the pick is in. Television is behind. Let's see who they're going with. The needs, they say, defensive end, wide receiver, center, defensive tackle, and quarterback. So let's see who they pick. He hasn't walked out there yet. So like I said, after this pick, I'm going to blow this up, and I'm going to run and fill up the cup with something to drink. So I'm coming back. I'm not leaving you guys stranded. I'm just thirsty. Don't see anything, any movement yet. They say the pick is in. The Seattle war room doesn't look really excited about it. I'll tell you that. They're just walking around. The fans are pretty happy, but nothing's really happening. What the heck is going on? Goodell hasn't walked out there yet. So I don't know what's going on. They say the pick is in, but nothing is happening. And it's funny because the pick behind them, the time is running down on their pick. So we're going to have 2 picks in a row. Hopefully I don't miss it as I run down the hall. This is very interesting. Pick has been in. It has not been announced yet. So you guys tell me when I get back if I missed something. Roger Goodell must be having a Bud Light. He hasn't walked out yet. Guys, thanks for hanging out. This has been fun. I've never done it before, a draft party. But interesting, very interesting. I like working all these graphics and different things. It's fun. I've been away from the wife all night long and our little dog, but she's okay. Right, Goodell still hasn't walked out there. Oh, now he's coming out with a whole troop of people. He's got about 8 or 9 kids. No, he's got 6 kids with him. Looks like they're from the punt, pass, and kick competition. Read the pick. Read the pick. So I'm thinking they're going with this wide receiver, JSN. I'm going to go with JSN from Ohio State. I think that works with Geno Smith. I think they need a speedster out there. This could be that pick. There's no way. I shouldn't say no way. I do not believe right now that they would be picking Will Levis. Not going to happen. So make the pick. Make the pick. Let's see what they go with. Still talking to the kids. There it is. Called that one. Actually, I got that one right. So they did pick Jason Smith. Can't even try to pronounce his last name. So I'm going to fill up my cup. I will be right back. I'm not going anywhere. Please don't leave. I'll be right back. And I'm back. All right, guys. Let's look at a few comments. Thank you for indulging me during this period of time. All right, so let's see what we got. What team would we actually have a chance to trade with? I don't know. I mean, when you look at, let's see who's the next pick. Let's see what the next pick is here. So the next pick is Chargers. Now they're looking for a wide receiver, defensive tackle, offensive linebacker. I mean, outside linebacker, running back, and cornerback. Maybe this could be something. But what are you going to trade for? Just position? So if they traded here, they're not looking for a tight end. So a tight end is still going to be available at 23. Next one is Baltimore, who just signed their quarterback. They're not going to be looking for a tight end because they've got Mark Andrews. So there's still no reason to trade up yet because there's still all four of those tight ends are still sitting there. So there's really no reason for the Dolphins to trade up as of yet because we know the Chargers aren't going to probably pick a tight end. Baltimore with Mark Andrews isn't going to pick a tight end. So it keeps getting pushed. We only have, 9 more picks before the end of the night. So you imagine going into day 2. And I'm Chris Greer. And I have all 4 of those big tight ends still available. And Will Levis and Hendon Hooker. Now we're looking at, let's go to the best available board here real quick. So if we look at things from a best available perspective, Levis, you got Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Nolan Smith, Mike Meyer. There are a bunch of guys here that could play. And actually, there's Steve Avila that we all talked about. He's going to be sitting there. There's only 9 picks left, and those are 15 people. So there's going to be some people left over. Man, there's a bunch of stuff here. Darnold, yeah, Sam Laporta. There's a lot that they could trade up to. Oh, they're talking about the Dolphins right now. Hold on. All right, so their pick is up. So the pick is in for the Chargers. They moved quickly. I think that they go with Nolan Smith. I think they go with, put Nolan in, who's a beast of another edge rusher. You imagine putting him on the other side of Bosa? That would be sick. Here he comes. All right, here comes the commissioner. The pick is in. Wide receiver. Okay. They went for a speedy wide receiver from TCU. So they went to give Herbert another weapon. Yet another weapon. So hopefully we've got, obviously Jalen Ramsey and Xavier, all these guys. The defense, Vic Fangio, I think we're all confident in terms of him being able to do stuff like that. So I'm not really worried about that pick. Not worried at all. So next you've got coming up Baltimore. They won't pick a tight end. And then after them is the Minnesota Vikings. That's when we all need to go, If you look at their needs, they need a cornerback. They need a wide receiver. They need a defensive tackle. Could you imagine at that 24th pick, you guys can see it. Could you imagine, since they need a defensive tackle, they get shipped Christian Wilkins, the Dolphins get in there and they get to pick tight end, offensive tackle, give us Dalvin Cook and the pick. That's going to get real interesting right after this pick. So this is money time right here. This is definitely going to be money time. So what do you guys think about that? You tired? You still here? So that Dalvin Cook trade that you're talking about, that may be coming up. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in about 5 or 6, 10 minutes here. That would be very interesting. Shane, no, I know I wouldn't want to lose Wilkins either. I'm not an advocate for trading Wilkins, but I know it was talked about today. They were talking about it, excuse me, on air earlier. So I don't know. Yeah, Dalvin Cook getting traded would have to be in addition to something else. So if we're gonna absorb that salary, then you're gonna have to give us something else as well. Left guard or tight end, Sam says. Yeah, tight end. Everyone knows that could work. The wide receiver run has begun. Yeah, I think there's Jordan Addison's behind the guy that just got picked. He's a stud as well. Absolutely. I think I can go. I think I can go play tackle for us since our right side still doesn't have anything. Nope, nothing there. We're hoping Austin Jackson can develop into something. That's nuts. Well, Paul, if you think we're sitting on that second, if we're sitting on that second for a Dalvin Cook package, we're gonna know real quick here. We're gonna know real quick because the next pick after this one is the Minnesota Vikings. So we're gonna see what does Minnesota have on its mind for this pick. Oh. Wait a minute, you guys the second time have said that Flores will be responsible for that trade since he's in Minnesota now. That's right. They did hire him. So the intrigue continues. It just continues. Brian Flores, we just can never get away from this guy. Never get away from him. Let me look at something here. Didn't he took a job? He's still suing. Where's Brian Flores? Yeah, Brian Flores is with the Minnesota Vikings at this point. He's the new defensive coordinator at the Minnesota Vikings. So there you go. Brian Flores is sitting in there at 24. I think it's a 24th pick. He's sitting right there at 24th pick and saying, "Come on, Stephen Ross, you got to deal with us." Man, talk about intrigue. I hope they just go through this pick real quick. Just go ahead and let the Ravens go ahead and get their pick so we can get to the Vikings pick real quick here. They're going to spend a whole bunch of time talking about Lamar Jackson and what he needs and what they can surround him with. I think we all know what's coming next. Maybe a trade for Hopkins, something. They're going to have to bring another receiver in. They promised the guy a bunch of money. They gave him the world, $189 million guaranteed, $260 million over 5 years. Yeah, better bring the weapons. Better surround him. Absolutely. So let me look at what else we got here. If the Dolphins got Dalvin Cook, which running backs would they keep? Well, probably Mostert and Wilson, and the other two guys would probably have to start looking for a job. But, Wilson and Mostert aren't really expensive, and I would definitely keep Mostert because he could spell a guy like Dalvin Cook or Henry. Don't forget, the Titans picked a big running back, so who knows? Lamar is a waste of money. Any worse than Deshaun Watson? So we got 2 minutes and 10 seconds left for the pick. They still have not brought their pick in. The Ravens haven't brought their pick in as of yet. Not sure why. But they're talking about Lamar Jackson's contract. You're right, Bob. It is indeed money time. Right after this pick, money time really starts. So, highest paid player in NFL history, $185 million guaranteed. Kyler Murray's got $189 guaranteed, and of course Deshaun Watson at $230. All right, so we're going to go to the pick. Let's see what we got here. Got to be a wide receiver. Got to be a speedy wide receiver here. Let's see who they're bringing in. All right. Pick is in. So you just signed a quarterback to a gazillion dollars. You just made that quarterback the highest paid quarterback, highest paid player in the NFL. You got to go wide receiver here, don't you? You got to bring in weapons for him. I don't think there's any doubt here. The only doubt I have is who's available. Who's Jordan Addison? This might be Jordan Addison here. Let's see. They're not. I hate when they say the pick is in, but there's nobody ushering their butt up onto the stage. So these guys are still talking, trying to fill time, and no sign of Goodell. Pick is in for the Ravens. Now, also, we have to look at the next pick is the Vikings. Do they go with Will Levis, knowing that Kirk Cousins is almost ready to be set out the pasture? I mean, the guy is, he's coming back, but he's just at the end of his career as well. And so we'll see what happens. He's not walking out yet. Got to be Jordan Addison. Here we go. Jordan Addison. Let me go with it. Here it is. The other one, Zay Flowers. Yep, makes sense. Complete sense. Complete sense. Complete sense. All right, so that just gives Lamar another weapon. And again, that's important because that's another opponent we have to face as the Miami Dolphins are going to have to face this kid. So now things get funky. Let's see what happens. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. Are there going to be any calls made? Is this when the Dolphins are going to look to do something? Is this, if so, this might be the time. Let's see what you guys have to say. Okay. Kincaid is my call. So you're going to go with the tight end here? Interesting. Bob, I have to agree with you 200%. These guaranteed deals in a game like football are completely absurd. Completely absurd. When these guys ends up getting hurt and you got to guarantee him the money, it makes no sense. So, as I said earlier, what do you think Herbert and Burrow are going to get? What do you think when Mahomes gets ready to renegotiate? They're just going to have to print money for these kids. Ooh, so you're calling, okay, Dad Father says he's calling Will Levis here at this point because Kirk Cousins is getting up in age. But 6:24, they have not made the call yet. Let's see what happens. I think Gaskin might be gone. What do you think? It all depends on who they sign. If Dalvin Cook or Derrick Henry, there's just not enough spots. There's not enough places. So either one of those guys, Dalvin Cook or Derrick Henry, are going to take the top slot if they make that trade. If they take the top slot, that moves Mostert and Wilson back. That may mean that, obviously Gaskin's going to have to go away, as well as Hamid. Let's see here. This could indeed. I like what this you say here. Greer needs to come up and get a guy that can challenge for a starting spot. 5 minutes 32 seconds. They have not brought the pick in yet, so they're comparing this guy that the Ravens just picked. They're comparing him to a young Tyreek. Great. So, man, Miami's schedule is so friggin' tough. What a tough schedule. I mean, you got to bring it every single week. I mean, it looks like there's no days off. There's no, Houston Texans on the schedule this year. I mean, they haven't put the order yet of the opponents, but man, there's no relax. Sometimes you look at a game, you're saying, okay, these guys kind of suck. We can get through it. Don't see that in this year's schedule. So we're still at 4:39. There is no pick yet. Nothing going on with the Vikings yet. So they're talking to this kid from Boston College who the Ravens just picked. And he's a speed burner out there. All right, come on, man. Let's see if they do something here. We ain't got much time on this. I mean, we're at pick number. We are at pick number 24. 8 picks before this thing is done. 8. That's it. A lot of players still sitting on the board, including Will Levis. Vikings may take Will Levis here if they don't make a trade with the Dolphins. Looking to see how much time. Maybe they are on the phone. Maybe they're not. 3:47. No movement yet. No movement. So I think a lot of people are wondering right now. A lot of Dolphins fans all over the place are wondering right now, is this going to be the spot that Miami makes a move on? 3 minutes and 28. It's still ticking. They still haven't made a deal. Still no deal here. Not sure what they're doing. Maybe they're on the phone with Miami. Mike, let's go out there like a pack of crazy dogs. Yeah, exactly. What pick is it, Dante? We're on pick number 24 as of right now. Pick 24. Let me see what's going on. Yeah, this is pick number 24 right here. Getting late. Let's see here. Probably, okay, it's too small. It says probably a new CBA on these guaranteed contracts like they did with the ridiculous rookie contracts. Who will be the last player to get that guaranteed deal before the NFL caps it? Mahomes. Because if Mahomes even sniffs that they're about to cap things, he's going to step in and say, let's renegotiate. For sure. I would. If I were him, I would say, yeah, we're going to have to definitely renegotiate this. 2 minutes left for the Vikings. The pick is still not in. So they're obviously taking a call here. Could it be the Dolphins? 2 minutes before this pick has to be made, and they still haven't made it. A lot of people on TV right now are saying they're taking a quarterback to get behind Kirk Cousins, which would be, well, Levis probably. But they're still at 2 minutes. Nothing is happening yet. And their second, they lead a wide receiver. They need a defensive tackle, they say. So, is it Joey Porter? Did they grab the cornerback here? Still no pick yet. Still no pick is in. So, not sure what they're waiting on. We'll see. My son almost got into a fight with a Bills fan at school. Hope he opened up a can of whoop ass on him. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Why would they get kids fighting over football? That's nuts. That's absolutely nuts, man. All right, so we're down to 1 minute, no pick yet. 1 minute, no pick. Let's see what's going on here. No pick yet. So they're going to take this down to the wire here on this pick. They're down to 50 seconds and counting. You got to think they're on the phone with somebody. They're going all the way down on this. Even the announcers on television are saying, what the heck is going on? All right, it's a pick. No trade. They made a pick. I got to think it's probably Will Levis. Someone to get behind Kirk Cousins. But in any event, they made the pick. They did not trade it. So whatever they were trying to work on, if they were trying to work on anything, it didn't happen. Didn't happen. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I don't know how that happened, but very interesting. So we're almost 3 hours into this, and the Dolphins haven't made any moves yet. And there's, after this pick, which we already know there's a pick, there's only 6 or 7 left. And that's it for the first round. All right, let's see what happens. I think we should put the chips in on Will Levis on this one. What do you guys think? Somebody's saying it could be Joey Porter from Penn State, cornerback. Very interesting draft. So now the Dolphins, if you think about it, if nothing big happens in the next 7 picks, there's a lot of opportunity on day 2. A ton of trade possibilities on day 2 as well. Crazy. All right, the pick is in, but they're still not walking it up. The announcers are thinking it's defense. They're thinking it's cornerback could be Joey Porter from Penn State. A lot of other people are thinking that it could be Will Levis to come in and back up Kirk Cousins. All right, here comes Roger Goodell to the stage. That was a big bubble burst, wasn't it? Thought the Dolphins might be doing something big with Minnesota. Nope. Jordan Addison, wide receiver. Good pick. Good kid. Can you believe Will Levis has fallen this far in the draft? Wow. So the next pick is Jacksonville. Obviously, they don't need a quarterback, so Will Levis ain't going here. Wow. Pick number 25. All right, so what are you guys thinking about this? What are you guys thinking about the no deal happening with that pick? No, Larry, I'm just going to do it tomorrow until the Dolphins pick and then probably cut it after that. What is the best? Dante says, what is the best tight end available? Sarah, I can't spell worth the crap, no worries. So the best tight end, all of them. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. We can go ahead and look at it real quick. Best available. And all of them are sitting right there. Best tight end. Dalton Kincaid is the highest. He's still sitting there. Obviously Mike Meyer, Luke Musgrave. Where was Mike Meyer? Did I miss Mike Meyer? Okay, Kincaid. There's Mike Meyer. Luke Musgrave. Let's see what else we got down here. Darnell Washington, Sam Laporta. They're all still sitting there. All 4 of the top tight ends are still sitting on the board. So maybe in the second round, the Dolphins are waiting, seeing the longer these guys go, the cheaper it will be to trade up. I don't think those guys are going to be available at 51, but it becomes cheaper to trade up once those guys aren't there. So we'll see with that. Yeah, just like Dan Marino fell in the draft. There's another quarterback that fell all the way to like 199, and he got picked. I mean, 199, 6th round out of Michigan, and he fell all the way down. Or how about Brock Purdy? Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. So anything can happen. Anything can happen. So Jacksonville has now traded this pick to New York. And yes, it's on the screen. They traded it to New York. New York Giants have 5:37 on the clock. They've gone to a commercial. That's interesting. So now that they are on the clock, let's go ahead and look at what they got. What are the Giants looking at? Giants are going to be looking at, they need another wide receiver. They're not going to pick a quarterback. So Levis and Hendon are still getting pushed back. Looks like they're looking for an offensive lineman at center or wide receiver. So they're the next pick. The next pick will be the New York Giants. And then after that, they have 2 picks in a row. They just haven't adjusted yet. Wow. So 4 minutes and 35. So let's take some comments here. Look at some stuff. What are you guys thinking about the Dolphins whiffing? Okay, how many offensive linemen on the board here? All right, so let's look at the offensive linemen on the board. Best available. Scrolling down. I know. Okay, here's an offensive guard, Steve Avila. We've talked about him. Let's see. We got a center, Joe Tippmann from Wisconsin. We've got Osiris Torrance from Florida. He's sitting there. Let's see, looks the next page. So there's quite a few linemen available too. There's the center, John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota. We go down, Matthew Bergeron, offensive tackle from Syracuse, and Cody Mauch, offensive tackle from North Dakota State, and then Anton Harrison from Oklahoma, DeJuan Jones from Ohio State. So quite a few. To answer your question, quite a few offensive linemen, quite a few tight ends still sitting there as well. So quite a few. Do I watch NASCAR? Yes. At a time I lived in Daytona, did some work with the NASCAR people up there. I lived about a mile from the track, and it was unbelievable because like I hadn't been used to a track, and woke up one morning and it sounded like planes were driving across, planes were going over the house, and those guys were doing practice laps and doing stuff. I was like, whoa, okay, so NASCAR. Then got to see it, obviously. And yeah, I love NASCAR. I don't like some of the things they've been doing. Just, you know, I don't have to say it here, but you know what they've been doing. You know, not quite the Bud Light stuff, but close enough. Again, alienating your core audience. Makes no sense. My favorite offensive lineman in the draft already got drafted. That was a kid from Northwestern, Pete Skoronik. Yeah, he got drafted. Okay, so they're back from the pick is in, so let's get to that. What we got? We got a trade. Okay, so they moved up for the trade here. So we've had 4 consecutive wide receivers on this trade from the Jaguars. They moved up to 24th. They're still working on their phones. They look like they're happy. Interesting. So what they're going to do here, they're going to help Danny Dimes. But then again, you have to remember Saquon Barkley isn't. Who knows what's going on with his contract. Saquon Barkley's looking for a whole bunch of money. So let's see what happens. Pick is in. Okay. They think they're going defense here. So who's up next? So they just flip-flopped with the Jacksonville Jaguar. I don't know why they would do that. I mean, that makes no sense because the Jaguars probably weren't going to draft what they wanted, so you would have had it in your own spot anyway. That didn't make any sense to me. All right, so let's see what they go. The pick is in. He's not walked up there yet. I can't believe the Dolphins didn't try to do something with Minnesota. It's kind of interesting. Kind of very interesting to say the least. All right, they're still not walking out yet. So something tells me at this point, when you're at pick number 26, there's nothing happening. The Dolphins are going to sit and wait for tomorrow. All right, here's the pick. Deonte Banks, cornerback from Maryland. So that means the next pickup is. Hold on. Yeah. So that means that Will Addison will continue to fall. There's no way Jacksonville is going to pick him. And then after that is the Cowboys. And the Cowboys aren't going to pick him. So Will Levis just keeps falling. It reminds me of the Johnny Manziel stuff from a while back. That's very interesting. I don't know what happened to him. Very interesting. George says NASCAR went corporate, ruined it for me. Yep, grew up near that Martinsville, first race in '68. Tickets $4.50. Yeah, that's a long time ago, bro. $4.50. Kincaid goes to Jacksonville or Dallas. Yeah, I think that's a good spot for either one of those guys. I mean, either one of those teams. Uh-huh. Yeah. If any of these quarterbacks drop, a chance Miami takes one. We have a trade. Wait, the Buffalo Bills jumped up. Oh boy, here comes an opponent pick. Actually, both those. The Giants are an opponent this year, but the Buffalo Bills have now moved up. Uh, so obviously they're not going to take a quarterback. So wonder what they're looking to do. What was their urgency to move up? So that's going to be really interesting. What did they want to move up for? Let's see. Let's look at the board here. Have they refreshed it? Yeah, Buffalo Bills needs inside linebacker, wide receiver, and cornerback. Joey Porter still sitting there. A couple other people they might want to look at it in terms of wide receivers are sitting out there. But again, now another Dolphins opponent moves up. Dolphins aren't doing anything. They're not even trying to move up. I haven't seen what the currency of this trade is, but man. So your question on the screen is, if any of these quarterbacks drop, is there a chance Miami takes one? I would hope they would. I would hope they would make a move on one of these quarterbacks. I said weeks ago that I thought Hendon Hooker would be perfect in Miami's system. People got pissed off at me, like, how dare could you say it? Well, I'm just saying this kid's got the goods. He's like a slimmed down version of Anthony Richardson. Would be perfect for the McDaniel offense. Will they pull the trigger? I don't know. I've been actually seeing comments on my YouTube videos. I've actually been seeing comments where people say the Dolphins are having to treat Tua with kid gloves so as not to have him get discouraged. People yell at me for talking about it. I'm like, what are we talking about? What the hell are we talking about? Are we actually saying that you have to worry about my feelings? Are you seriously saying that? That you're worried about his feelings? Are we running a football team here, or counseling? It doesn't make any sense. Yes, the question should be if there's the best available player. Right now, the best available player on it is Will Levis, but Dolphins don't need a quarterback, so they go tight end or offensive line. It just doesn't make any sense for me. Maybe you. Joey Porter Jr. Would be a good pick. They just think they are the shit because they got Grandpa Rogers. In this day and age, I think people look too much at the calendar. I think they look at people who are 39 and 40, and that used to be the case maybe 10 years ago. Not now, man. These guys are in such fantastic shape that 40 is the new 35. It doesn't make any sense when people say, he's washed or he's old, because it doesn't really. He's in. Look at Brady, friggin' tastic shape, unbelievable shape. So I don't think it's the age. My cousin Kenny says, time for running back watch. Yeah, that would be good. Jacksonville. Okay, here we go. The pick is in, so let's go to it. Okay. Will Levis is sitting on the couch surrounded by like some hot chicks. And they must be thinking, hey, man, what happened? Why are we still sitting here in Kansas City instead of on a jet going someplace to sign a contract? They're talking about how the family is still okay. Will Levis's family, his girlfriend and stuff. Yeah, there's like his mom and like two other blonde chicks are sitting next to Will Levis, and he's just sitting there in his suit, getting kind of lonely backstage. Wow. Wow. That's kind of embarrassing, wouldn't you say, to say the least? All right, here comes the pick. Oh, they're still talking. So every time I say the pick is in, I think it's like imminent, but it's not imminent. All right, so let's see here. Gibbs went to Detroit. Dante. Yes, he did. Ramon says, Ramon says, if Tua is healthy, he equals beast. Not healthy, he equals Mike. Oh God, that's a good. Unbelievable. Yeah, Mike White. I hope Skyler beats him out, actually, in training camp. That'd be nice. Okay, here we go with the pick. Let's see who we got here. Here's your first tight end. The crowd doesn't like it, but that gives Josh Allen a top flight tight end, gives him a chance to, really have another weapon around him, a good blocking tight end. Guy can catch and he can block. Big kid. So at this point, the best available player on the board is Will Levis. And let's see what we got. Best available. Will Levis is still sitting there. And then you've got Nolan Smith, the outside linebacker from Georgia, Michael Meyer, Joey Porter, Miles Murphy, Brian Branch, Oregon State. So we only have 6 picks left. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. That would be your next 5, 6 people, if it works. So we got Dallas on the clock. Another Miami Dolphins opponent this year. Let's see who they pick. And I just want to say thank you guys. It's now 11:12, so we've been doing this for 3+ hours. It's longer than a game, it seems. And we've got only 4 or 5 more picks left, and that's it. That's going to be it, guys. And the Dolphins aren't making any moves tonight. It doesn't look like they're going to be making any moves. Not sure why. A lot of questions. Yeah, that is not good. Yeah, they're not making any moves whatsoever. They're all just so many questions how his team is run. So many. I mean, everybody's like, just let Greer cook. I can't stand when I see that shit on Twitter. Oh, let Greer cook. Well, he's not cooking. What are we doing? What are they? It doesn't make any sense. Have I watched the XFL? No. let me just say that. No, I just don't have the time. I mean, I for me to engage with the XFL again, we just take up time I want to spend with the wife and family. So no. Dante says we need a good backup quarterback. Allen would fold Mike White like a You're not allowed to talk about quarterbacks if you're a fan of the Miami Dolphins. Did you not know that? Did you not know that you're not allowed to talk about quarterback play? Tua is him. He is he. Whatever all the shit they say. Just goes crazy. And we have this amazing reputation for covering tight ends crap. You guys in your satire today have been unbelievable. It's kept me energized because it's been so funny. So funny. What will the Dolphins do with the 4 picks? I probably just try to corral as many offensive linemen and players as they can to run through training camp, but maybe, I don't know when the next time Minnesota picks, I don't know. Everybody says, like I said, let Greer cook, but we're not seeing anything. I bet you 70, maybe 80% of Dolphins fans thought for sure tonight, especially after Lamar Jackson got signed, they thought for sure tonight there would be some kind of trade with Dalvin Cook. they thought for sure maybe it'll happen after tonight. Maybe after these next 5 picks, some sort of trade will happen tonight or tomorrow morning. Maybe after the dust settles, that's possible. But this Chris Greer is at home sleeping already. I mean, I can't help you. Doesn't make any sense. I'm looking at trades coming left and right. Buffalo Bills trading, New York Giants trading. It's just left and right. All these players are doing something, and yet on the surface, we don't know. On the surface, it doesn't look like the Dolphins are doing anything. Don't know why. Laugh out loud, I'm going to get canceled. Hey, my cousin Kenny, thank you very, very much. Very much. Like I said, this is the first time I've ever done this, and I'm trying to work all these screens simultaneously and figure out what to do here, and then also look up the players and look up information. But this is crazy. I mean, I was hoping, by all hope, that the Dolphins were going to step in and do something today. Now, it doesn't mean that they're done. Maybe, again, like I said, maybe the dust will settle, and tonight things will cool off and they can make some late night calls and cut a deal with Minnesota, get Dalvin Cook in here. Or more likely, in my estimation, is we saw a quarterback get drafted a running back get drafted in Tennessee, and Derrick Henry sitting there. So something tells me Derrick Henry is expendable. You wouldn't have brought in the kid from Alabama as a running back in the first round if you were going to stay with Derrick Henry. So at this point, I'm wondering if the conjecture changes. If what we start hearing in the next day or so is, let's get off of talking about Dalvin Cook, and we start seeing people talk about Derrick Henry. Think about that. Jamar Gibbs got drafted in the first round by the Tennessee Titans. They're not going to keep both those running backs. I doubt they keep those. Jamar Gibbs is going to cost a pretty penny. So maybe that's where the shift happens. Maybe they got surprised and went, yeah, maybe we need to look at Derrick Henry. All right, so the pick is in. Let's see who it is. That would be nice. I wasn't high on Dalvin Cook, but I could get behind Derrick Henry. Definitely get behind Derrick Henry. What do you guys think about Derrick Henry? Big guy. So it looks like they need a running back or a tight end. So remember, Zeke Elliott's no longer with them. Tony Pollard is there, but they may look to trade or bring in a free agent. But maybe Mike Meyer at this point. And if they take Mike Meyer, that's 2 tight ends off the board. 2 top tight ends off the board in the first round. Maybe they don't have enough capital to even work a trade. I don't know. But not hearing anything. Even I'm listening here and listening to this, they're not even talking about the Dolphins. It's like the Dolphins aren't even in play with anything. So here we go. Big pick coming here. Dallas Cowboys pick is in. Another Miami Dolphins opponent this year. Okay, here comes Goodell. Ooh. What? Wow. Big surprise. Crowd is let down. They're just kind of like, huh? Defensive tackle. You passed on the tight end. You passed on the running back. And so now Jacksonville, who traded, is coming right back. So Jacksonville, whatever they were looking for, it's still right there. This might be Nolan Smith from Georgia. Yeah, you guys know geography. Georgia's not that far from Jacksonville, and they need an outside linebacker / defensive end. This might be the guy. But wow, they went with defensive tackle. Wow, that's interesting. All right, so let's go ahead and look at some comments here because that's very interesting. Very interesting. Shane, I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you what's going on. Sam, this draft, even if the stars aligned and unfortunately Tua couldn't go and they needed to make the call to somebody like Brady, he ain't picking up that call. He ain't going anywhere if the Dolphins aren't in a position to win it all. Don't wait until you're, 4-6, 3-5. Don't wait then. It'll be too late. So I don't know. Nothing is making sense. Excuse me. Nothing is making sense right now. Nothing. Let's see. Brady and Sandboy, what's going on? George Williams says Henry is like Zonka or Earl Campbell. Definitely a bruiser with more speed. He's got more speed than Zonka, more speed than Earl Campbell, and he's as strong as both of those guys. I would love to see him. Yeah, everybody keeps saying it. Come on, Greer. Start cooking. Start cooking. Yeah, my cousin Kenny, I would like to see him as well. Paul, he's too busy. You know what's funny? Brady said that in a tweet or something about him raising cats, and people actually took it seriously. I had to put my head in my hands and go, you people are taking this as gospel truth that he's out there raising cats. That's how sad some of the people in this fan base are. You're right. That would have been the Dolphins' pick right there. But who would they have picked? Mike Meyer, maybe. But yeah, that's gone. So Jacksonville keeps trading down. Let's see. There's Shane. What'd you say here? Oh, no problem. I like this. It's funny. Wife went to bed and she's like, "You got to take the dog," when I went to go get something to drink. And he's sitting over here just passed out. He can't wait to go to sleep. We have a little, 12-pound Chihuahua, and he's knocked out. Knocked out. Yeah, Derrick Henry would be a winner. I would love to see that. That might be something, excuse me, they are working on. If you think about that, just put that aside and understand that Tennessee picked Jahmyr Gibbs. They picked a round 1 running back. There's no way you're going to keep him and Derrick Henry on the squad at the same time. So that might be the play. Miami or someplace else, but that might be the play. Detroit. No, it wasn't Detroit, was it? Wait a second here. No, I don't think it was Detroit. I thought it was Tennessee. Who did Tennessee pick? Wait a second here. Okay. We're going to have to go back here and look. Teams. Let's see here. I thought it was Tennessee. Okay, you thought it was Detroit. Oh, you are right. Detroit picked Gibbs. Shit. Who did Tennessee grab? Oh, man. So you just bust my bubble completely. So we're completely toast then. We're completely toast. Where the hell's Tennessee? Ah, man. Now you got me really bummed, man. Now I don't know. Okay, I couldn't remember back who he went to, and now I don't know. I have no friggin' idea what the hell these Dolphins are doing. No idea. Jaguars pick is in. Let's see who they've got. They're on the clock. Oh, Nolan Smith maybe here. Shit. I thought Tennessee took that. Unbelievable. I was getting excited. I thought Tennessee picked him. And that would give Derrick Henry expendable. Now you're telling me it was Detroit. I feel sick to my stomach right now. I get it. All right, so here comes the Jaguars. I'm going to go with Nolan Smith as the outside linebacker, edge rusher. They need a defensive end. Let's see who it is. My heart just sunk when you just said that. You just looked at that. Wow. All right, so here we go. They're coming in. They're showing Will Levis. Dude's got babes all over him. All right, so here's Roger Goodell with the pick. Whew. That was that offensive tackle that was still on the board way down. They snagged him. You know why? Because you got to have an offensive line to protect your quarterback. You got to protect your quarterback. We don't have anybody protecting the right side of our quarterback. Jeez. And now we've got Cincinnati on the clock. Pick number 29. So I don't know what we're going to do here. Doesn't look like anything big is going to happen. Wow. If I was Will Levis, I'd be completely dismayed. I'd be freaking out right now if I was Will Levis. I just watched millions of dollars evaporate over the last couple of hours. Completely, and as early as this morning, they were talking about that he could go number 1. Never mind, drop down to like 30th. They were saying Will Levis could go number 1, but he's not going to get picked here. You know for a fact he's not going to get picked here because this is Joe Burrow land. So ain't nothing for him here. Got nothing for you, as they say on Survivor. Got nothing for you. David Montgomery is now the expendable back. See if I don't think that Greer or McDaniel are going to pick up my phone calls. No, it ain't going to happen. Oh, God, that's funny. Yeah, Dave Father, you made me cry, literally inside, crying on the inside kind of person, because I thought that was going to be it. But no, that didn't happen. Man. Here's a good question. So how do you think these picks are falling for the for Dolphins? I think the run on wide receivers has helped. So let me answer that both ways, because I think you meant offense, but in case you make defense. Defense, I think our defense is solid. I think the Dolphins defense is going to be solid unless they trade Christian Wilkins, which I don't think so at this point. On the offensive side, going to have to get some offensive linemen and maybe see a way if they can do some trades. They're not making any movement right now. So I'm watching the other teams bulk up their defense with edge rushers that are going to pressure the hell out of Tua week after week after week. And you got Austin Jackson out there. Yeah, that's not going to work. Tennessee could snag Levis in round 2. Yes, they could for sure. You don't need protection. You just got judo. Oh, that's too funny. All right, the pick is in. We've got the Bengals. So we only got 4 picks. They said after this is the Saints, the Eagles, and Kansas City. And that's it. So the Saints just signed Derek Carr. They're not going to pick Will Levis. Okay, here's the pick is in. Another edge rusher. Another edge rusher. Man, do you see what the league is doing? You see what these guys are doing? They're putting some defense. They want to get after people. They want to get after people, and man, luckily I don't think the Bengals are on the schedule this year. Let's look at that again. No Bengals, so not really worried about them until if and when we get to the playoffs. So, no big deal there. Not going to worry about it. So, next up on the clock is New Orleans. New Orleans is looking for a defensive tackle, a defensive end, tight end. And then after New Orleans is the Eagles, and then the Kansas City Chiefs. And then round one is done. Absolutely done. Eagles, I'm thinking won tonight. I think you're going to find people who grade them out, especially based on this next pick that they make. Putting Jalen Carter next to Jordan Davis is absolutely sick. Absolutely sick. So now you've got New Orleans on the clock. Like I said, they've got Derek Carr. They won't be picking a quarterback. So Will Levis is going to have to check in tomorrow. He's going to have to go back to the hotel and take his chicks with him, his entire entourage. And I wouldn't even show up tomorrow. I'd just check it out from the hotel room because, damn, this is embarrassing for him. He thought he might go top 5 at least. And he's not. He may fall tomorrow as well because he's not going to get picked by New Orleans. He's not going to pick by the Eagles. And he's not going to get picked by Kansas City. So now he's into round 2. They thought he'd be the number 1 pick. There were a lot of people that were picking him as the number 1 pick. And now he ain't going to make it. Not going to make it whatsoever. They're on the January schedule. Yeah, if we get there correctly. I would rather have a homeless crackhead than have Greg Little be my... Oh, gosh. Oh, you guys have cracked me up all night long. It's been worth it just to hear some of the stuff you could say. Oh, my God. A homeless crackhead than have Greg Little be in my offensive line. Whew. Tell us how you really feel. Tell me how you really feel about Greg Little, Eichenberg, and Austin Jackson. All right, Larry, if you're calling it. You're calling it right now. Thanks, Barry, for tonight. Have a great night. Thanks for showing up. Sorry the Dolphins didn't do anything. Nothing. No trades. They weren't even talked about on TV. 3.5 hours of this thing, and it was like they never even showed up. So, maybe tomorrow. There's always tomorrow. But we'll see. I bet. I guess you're talking about Will Levis. I bet there's a video of him hitting a bong out of a World War I mask somewhere. Poor guy. I mean, oh my God, poor guy. So what's he saying here? Shane says, it really looks like Greer is going to dip in the undrafted free agency market. I don't understand. You've put this star roster together, an absolutely star-studded roster, and you're going to look for pieces in the discount bin. You're gonna look for discards to basically patch up your offensive line. Makes absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense. I don't even know why. If that's the case, why are you even talking about a running back? Are you just doing it to appease fans, to keep fans happy? Talking about Dalvin Cook? You don't need no Dalvin Cook, all right? Take that off the table. You got Raheem Mostert. You got Jeff Wilson. Shut the F up about Dalvin Cook. Show the team that you're bringing in some people who can actually block. Show people that you're going to bring in some people who can actually protect Tua. You think the mullet guy is going to do it? I bet you the mullet guy isn't even on the final roster in September. What the hell is going on? Forget Dalvin Cook. You need to fix and get a tight end. You need to get some offensive linemen. And forget Dalvin Cook. You should come out and be as strong against Dalvin Cook as you are about Tom Brady. No, we're sticking with Tua 100%. We're not looking at any other quarterback. We're not interested. Say the same thing about Dalvin Cook and get these people to shut up about him. I mean, that's what I would do at this point and say, listen, hey guys, just to let you know, we're going all in on getting an offensive line that can protect Tua and block for Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson. That's our focus right now. We're gonna go all in on getting an offensive line and a stud tight end. Forget all this Dalvin Cook stuff. You're not in a position to bring Dalvin Cook in. That's my rant at 11:35 at night, but that's just what it is. Okay, the Saints pick is in. Greer said, "Fuck them picks." Yeah, it seems like, but he also sounds like he's saying it F his quarterback too, because everyone has seen what's gone on with the offensive line, and everybody who's seen keeps saying, "What the hell are you doing, dude?" All right, so the pick is in. This is for New Orleans. New Orleans needs a DT, a defensive end, a tight end, a wide receiver, offensive guard. Probably get some stuff here for Derek Carr. Maybe Michael Mayer. Maybe Michael Mayer here. Makes sense. I'm not sure. I'm listening for the little noise. Ding, 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 ding. Pick is in. Walk your ass out there on the stage. Try to wrap this up by midnight, dude. All right. Probably the latest that Roger Goodell's been up in quite some time. Okay, here we go. Brian Breezy from Clemson. This kid can play. I mean, those of you guys who watched the Hurricanes play and see, the ACC game, he can play. He can definitely play. I've liked him all along. He's a player. I liked him when he was a freshman. Very good player. I don't think they're going to go wrong with that. I don't know if they needed him right there, but he's a good player. Definitely a good player. So we got 2 picks left. We have the Philadelphia Eagles again, and then we've got the Kansas City Chiefs. So both these next 2 picks will impact the Miami Dolphins. Both. So hang in there. You got about 20 minutes left. Then go to sleep. Do whatever you need to do. Turn on Survivor on DVR. But you got 2 picks left. Come on. Pump up. Hang in there. We got this. We got this. We've gone all this time. We got 2 picks. 2 picks left. I didn't get the tornado watch come in. Nothing happened here. My power's still on. I haven't eaten. I'm hungry as shit. But we got 2 picks left. So Dolphins aren't going to do anything. So we might as well look at what our opponents are going to do. And we've already seen what the Philadelphia Eagles have done earlier. Will Levis, go ahead and go home, because there ain't no way in hell the Eagles or Kansas City will be picking you. Call it a night. Get away from the crowd. Get away from the ESPN reporters. Sneak out the back door. Go through the kitchen. Do whatever you got to do and go home to the hotel. Go eat some barbecue in Kansas City. There ain't nothing happening. So, with these 2 picks, we have the Eagles and Kansas City. So, the 2 richest teams in the league. Just 2 Super Bowl teams now get their pick of the litter. Rich get richer, man. Rich get richer. Meanwhile, our team, our GM, nope, nothing. But you know what's funny? Here's what's funny. I guarantee you, mark my words, tomorrow you will see certain fans out there, certain people on Twitter, certain people talk, "Oh, this was a great night for the Dolphins. Oh, Greer is cooking." I guarantee you, bet you $1. Gentleman's bet. I bet you start looking on Twitter and around different places, and people are going to be talking about how this is a good thing for the Miami Dolphins. I know it. I'm as soon as I get off here, I'm going to go fix myself something to eat before I go to bed, and I'm going to check what's going on Twitter, and I guarantee you they'll be saying, "Greer's cooking. Let him cook. Things are going well." Okay. Meanwhile, I watch our opponents stack up. So there's still no picks. 5 minutes left. Wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles traded this pick. They don't need it. You're a Super Bowl runner-up. You picked up a stud defensive tackle. You don't really need much. Maybe there's somebody who might want to trade up to pick the 31st pick of the draft. Maybe. Is this Greer's move? Does he take it from these guys right here? if they're looking for a safety, does Greer move somebody? I don't know, but they're down to 4:33 left on their clock, and something tells me this could be a place where somebody could move. I don't know who. Belichick? Could Belichick move in here? Don't know, but they're still clicking down, so we got time to look at a comment or two because we're still doing it. Tua used his legs a lot. Can't say much about the wide receivers or play calls. Um, oh, that's too bad. So I didn't know Brees lost his sister. He lost his sister to cancer last year. He's a good kid, man. I watched him play a lot. Oh, so Levis actually left. Did he take off? Did they show him going, out the back door? I bet. Oh, here's another. Greer probably has had more concussions than Tua. He's proving it tonight. Oh my goodness, you're killing me. You're absolutely killing me. Larry says that this whole thing is a smokescreen. Brady is getting to know the playbook right now with Mike Chilling. They're sitting there fucking doing some yoga or something. Sam, thank you very, very much. Like I said, I've never done this before. When I told my wife, she's like, what are you going to do? You're going to talk for 3.5 hours? Yeah, I'm going to talk for 3.5 hours. I got some graphics I can play with. But, I've never done it before. I'm not pretending that I know stuff. You can just, same as you guys. One thing I made sure I told my wife I was going to do is I'm going to engage with people. I need to make it fun, entertaining, and talk to people, not talk at people like I'm some expert in the NFL draft. We all know the same thing. We all know the players, but being able to talk to you guys is really, really been important to me. M. DeBrown, you're still here with a great comment. KC Chiefs did have a first round pick in 2019 and won the Super Bowl. I did not know that. I did not know that. That is a great stat and something to think about. See what here. Greer needs to quit getting so greedy and make a move. Make a move. All right, pick is in. Let's see who it is. Let's see who it is. So here's what they're doing. They're bringing in their number one pick to make the pick. This could just get. All right, no, they're just showing Jalen Carter getting picked earlier. Oh, they get no one. The guy on TV, who's Ryan Clark, just said that he thinks they're going to go for Nolan Smith. Can you imagine putting Nolan Smith on that defensive line with Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and you're going to put Nolan Smith out there as an edge rusher? That would be sick. Sick. What? Okay, so the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock because everybody there in Kansas City is a Kansas City fan. They're freaking out. But let's see what the Eagles do. These two teams right here, the two Super Bowl teams. Two Super Bowl teams are going to close this out. And so far, Philadelphia has won the draft as far as I'm concerned. I mean, Jalen Carter is a day one starter. Day one starter. And he's going to have the guy standing next to him who he played with at Georgia to help mentor him along and get him ready. Sick. Sick. All right, here comes the commissioner. Jason Kelsey's mom is coming out. Is that Orlovsky? Okay, so they brought a bunch of people out. Okay, so the guys from Dude Perfect and Jason Kelsey and Travis Kelsey's mom. So Dude Perfect guys are doing a comedy thing right now, so I don't need to hear that shit. Okay? We don't need to hear that. Just get to the pick. Oh, they're doing some kind of stuff. So you're saying tomorrow the first pick is going to be Pitt? Trade for it. Trade for it now. Paul, I will for sure. She went to bed early. Thank you very much. We got stiffed, but the only thing she tossed out was the dog. She made the dog come sit here with me. He's doing well though. He's sleeping. All right, here we go with the pick. We're gonna go with the pick right here, and let's see. Oh shit! How about when we play Philadelphia, that McDaniel just go ahead and pull Tua and just go ahead and start Mike White? You got all these guys from Georgia. I don't know if you saw Nolan Smith clock. Oh my God. This guy Nolan Smith is an absolute freak. 6'3", 240 pounds, runs like a gazelle. And now you're going to have his buddies from Georgia right next to him. They're going to just be running the Georgia playbook and their stunts and everything else and rushing that. Whew. Oh my God. Guys, this is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Just sit two of this game. Don't even bother. Don't even bother bringing him out there. I don't want to see the kid get hurt. Yeah. Mike will be screwed next time we play the Eagles. Absolutely. Yep. That's what I was saying. Eagles won this draft and likely will this year. All right, so they got one of the top quarterbacks. They just beefed up their defense. Yeah, that was Kelsey's mom. Hey, you're right, Tom. Prescott might want to retire along with Tua. They're going to be bringing some serious heat this year. Unbelievable. What? Whoa. Dante, thank you very much. You're entertaining, almost entertaining. Derek Henry. That means you're just as entertaining as a monster speck of the defense. Thanks, bro. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. So we got one pick left, and Eagles just killed it tonight. Eagles just basically put themselves back in Super Bowl contention. They may just run it back again. I mean, Dallas hasn't shown like they've done anything fantastic. The Giants with Danny Dimes, they may run through the NFC East really easy. They've got the number one offensive line. I mean, just scary. I mean, the guys on TV are talking like this is just absolutely nuts when you got all these guys. So here come the Kansas City. They're making a big deal about it. They're bringing out Super Bowl trophies on stage so that everyone can frame this pick. Let's see. What are they looking at doing? Who are they looking at bringing in? They need a wide receiver, defensive end, defensive tackle, offensive tackle. They will not be picking Will Levis. Will Levis had left the building, and they already have Travis Kelce, so they're not going to be picking Michael Mayer. What the hell are they going to pick? So here we go, 2:54 left, last pick of the evening. We made it. We made it all the way through. I want to thank you guys very much, those of you who hung out, those of you who showed up. I'd never done this before. It was a lot of fun. And, wow. Let's see what happens with 2 minutes and 33 seconds left in the draft, round one, per se. And Yeah, Philadelphia has won the draft. Round one. Philadelphia won. I guarantee you people are already talking about the Dolphins saying Chris Greer's cooking. They didn't watch. There's no way they watched this and thought that Chris Greer was making some sort of cooking recipe out here. He did nothing. So maybe there's some late night they can do. Maybe they're all going to hit the bars afterwards and come up and do some deals and go off in a corner and huddle. Maybe do some sort of Shark Tank thing, huddle together and come up with some deals. But maybe we'll wake up tomorrow morning and they will have signed Dalvin Cook for whatever reason. But this has been not a good night for Miami fans. Not a good night. We've watched our opponents get stronger while the Dolphins didn't do anything. Nothing. All right, so a minute 28 while they're still waiting on that. Why don't we go ahead and finish up with some comments here. Thank you, Kenny, very much. Loved having you. Tom, thanks for showing up. Sorry, it couldn't have been better. I was hoping for some, big news. Kelsey is up in age. Chiefs don't have a solid tight end 2 or tight end 3. Interesting. So you think maybe they might go Michael Meyer here? I mean, Kansas City's not that far from South Bend. Let's see. They're gonna bring it. Our next GM should be Marie Collender. All right, so here's the last pick of round 1 coming up, and let's see who it is. You made a good point. Travis Kelce is getting up in age. Maybe they do pick a tight end here. Pretty much. You know what's cool about this? If you're Kansas City, you have your pick. You have the luxury of saying, I don't really need shit. We're just gonna, put some stock. Add some stock to the shells. Some just in case stuff. They don't really need anything. Well, they mentioned the Dolphins. They mentioned the Dolphins forfeiting their pick. I wonder if Tom Brady sits back and goes, I owe the Dolphins. I need to sign with the Dolphins because I owe them. I butt screwed them really bad. All right, so the pick is in. Let's see who the last pick is of day 1. M. DeBrown may be right. Maybe they bring in a backup tight end because Travis Kelce is getting up in age. Could be. But whatever their pick is, it's not something they need tomorrow. It's not something that they need to make it back to the Super Bowl. What a luxury. What an absolute luxury, knowing whatever you do right here, this kid that whoever you pick doesn't have to contribute this week. I mean next week or next season rather. Whoever you pick has the luxury of sitting on the bench and developing. You don't have to have a star. Pretty much Mike Meyer by week 4 or 5 will be a star if he's playing with Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. So they're really hyping this last pick up. But as you would expect, it's the Super Bowl champs at their backyard. So everyone who's still there is pretty much a KC Chiefs fan. Let's see what they do. Come on, Roger, don't drag this out any further. Let's do this. I don't hear the little ding-a-ding-ding. So they picked, I think, a wide receiver earlier. Let's look at this for a second. We got this. Teams. No, they didn't have a pick earlier. So I was looking to see who the Tennessee picked that I thought was going to be something. Tennessee, they picked Skronski. That's who their pick was. Okay, that's where I was wrong. Okay, draft cast. Come on, Kansas City, make your pick. Imagine getting a wide receiver. Imagine Imagine getting another wide receiver to arm Patrick Mahomes even further. Okay, here he comes. Last pick of round 1. And they're bringing out the owners of the Kansas City Chiefs. One of the Hunt kids. And he's going to talk. So while he's doing that, we should probably look at a comment because I don't need to hear this pomp and circumstance BS. Okay. M. DeBrown says, my last question for the night. If TB12 was a Dolphin. Oh, wait a minute. They made the pick? Oh, wait a minute. I was sitting here messing around. They made their pick. It was Felix and Duque Uzomah, a defensive end from Kansas State. So they let him make it instead of Roger Goodell. So that's who they made the pick with. Let's go to it real quick since I was talking through it. Where's Kansas City? But that's who the pick is. It's some guy with a really weird name. Here it is. Felix Anduiki Uzomah, 6'3", 255-pound defensive end. Just what we need, another edge rusher. Well, guys, think about this for a second. Another edge rusher to go after Tua. They already have Chris Jones, and now they brought in another defensive end. Oh, my God. Try not to be pessimistic, but this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. So that's all the picks for tonight. Let me ask M. DeBrown's question here. He says, my last question for the night. If TB12 was a Dolphin with the same O-line, would he have been sacked as much as Tua? I would say no. You know why? Because A, he knows when to get rid of the ball. He's got 20 years of experience of getting rid of the ball. B, I don't think he would have allowed himself to have an offensive line as porous and screwed up as Tua. C, his left tackle, Teron Armstead, is not like Tua's blind side. So, no, I don't think he would have had nearly as many sacks. I don't think he had nearly as many. He's avoided most of the injuries for a 20-year career. So, that's it. So, everybody, thank you very much. My voice held up. You guys held up. We made it through. It's almost midnight. Why don't you guys go get some sleep? Show up tomorrow. Let's talk. Hopefully the Dolphins do something. But thank you very, very, very much. I appreciate you. You had many choices. You could have watched this thing anywhere. You chose to hang out with me, and I greatly appreciate it.